What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Mossy Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Mossy Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
his
y'all
own genealogy?
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shot Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
From Africa, but they would be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Street Sutek tried to line it up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal Power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up a cub. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least respect me. Disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like, hey, man. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You good? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother? What's the champ?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape. and I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not gonna get nowhere lying, because that's what's gonna make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dudes. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African, so don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek want to so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMF ain't on his
no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sutek debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that song, brother. I love that one in the top.
Let's have one. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Album pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. So, right here. He ain't ducking no favors, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga around me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me?
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little right. He like,
so he like,
Man, peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Make sure that you like the show, share the show, tell a friend. We're actually live. The debate has not started yet. We're going to air it immediately once we get into the conversation. I am watching over it as we speak. Make sure that you like this show and share this show. I will say this, before the debate, there are sources in the description of this video for anyone interested in the actual science regarding the subject matter, okay? What it is that we're looking for when we're watching the debate. I'm not going to make the table or fix your plate so that you can go by based on what I said, but the debate is over the origins of A00, right? Which is a genetic marker. Did it come from Africa or America? So again, the debate topic is on where does the genetic haplogroup A00 come from? I mean, I said A haplogroup. Man, listen, I got all this stuff going on in my brain, but we have to look at that. All right, so we need to make sure that we are aware or that we paying attention to the debate topic. Again, the origins of A00. Is it African or American? We are looking for evidence of it being in Africa. We are looking for evidence of it being in America. We need to find that the person that can present the evidence to support, whether you're for or against, should win the debate. So that's why I'm saying I'm not going to make your plate. I'm going to give you the debate topic, right? And everybody should know what they should be looking for. I'm not telling you what to look for. I am specifically telling you the debate topic. Now, we're going to hear some things during this debate that may surprise a lot of people, but it's going to get real weird and it's going to get real crazy. One second. They may be trying to, well, they ain't started the debate yet, but I think Lucky might be going first. And if that's the case, the debate may be over.
Lucky Guzman versus Dulcinea. Where does the genetic marker A00 come from? Is it from Africa or is it from America? Shout out to everybody in the building. May the best debater get their point across. Lucky Guzman, it's on you. Let me set up your time. Go ahead, you got the floor. I'm gonna set up.
Hold on 1 second.
Up your time real quick.
All right, Mike, check. Everything smooth, right? Is the you got me on the bit screen?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's a bet.
So I'm gonna give you a 3-minute introduction. Is that cool?
No, I'm gonna say that for and that's I can use that for a rebuttal, right?
Oh yeah, we can. Well, yeah, I'll just let you give a brief 30-second introduction to get into your round. You got officially 15 minutes on the clock.
Okay, yeah, that's a bet. Yeah, this is a conversation about the genetic origins of A00 markers. Is it America or is it Africa? This ain't about if genetic markers is real. This is about bet. This is about if A00, the genetic markers, is from Africa or America. Now, me and Dosey, we had a couple of back and forths, right? Before we even got into this whole little situation. And I made sure to establish the parameters. We had to figure out who had the oldest genetic mutation in order to make this demonstration. This is what she said. So I'm gonna play some clips and then I'm gonna get into my little shit. So this is the first clip that I got.
We can't hear nothing if you're playing it. Let me pause your time. We can't hear it. So you might have to reshare. Are you playing the clip now?
Hold up. Yeah, I'm playing it right now. Can you said
Go
you
ahead.
can't hear it?
Go ahead. No, we can't hear it at all. No, we can't hear it at all, sir. There's no audio on your screen. There's no audio on your screen. So maybe
it's probably you have to share at the bottom right-hand side. You might have to click the share audio because it's probably that.
He's not. Are you screen sharing? Because I'm not for sure what you're doing right now. Look, are you screen sharing?
I'm sharing my. You can't see through. I'm on OBS. You can't see through the.
Oh, you're on OBS.
We can see that, but we can't hear it.
All right. What I need you to do is come to the StreamYard and screen share your OBS side with the audio. That's all you got to do.
All right. Can you hear it now?
Let me see. No, we don't hear anything.
You still don't hear it?
No, sir.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna just come in out the regular. Give me 2 seconds. Hold up.
Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. Hit that like button, man. Sorry for the dilemma. technical difficulties. He was on the big boy OBS system, operates a little smoothly. Just not really compatible with the. Okay, we got him on the screen. You on her now, and I believe your audio is ready to go. As soon as I hear it, I start your time.
I'm asking.
All right, I hear it. I'm starting your time.
A woman. Out of America.
Oh yeah. What's her name?
I will get into that in the debate.
So you're of the position that two people are the only two people who have ever had A00, and they're both from America.
Oh, absolutely not. Obviously not. They're not the only people to have ever had A00, but they're the only two people that they found A00 in. Yes.
So they don't have any ancient A00 remain. They don't find those from 2000, nothing from 1200 AD, nothing from 900, nothing from 1,000 years ago, nothing.
They found divergence. They found the descendants of A00.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is not me. That is Lucky trying to find his clips. That's why you gotta make sure when you clip it that you make it a part of your presentation.
So how come when we're going back further in the ground, they're finding derivatives of somebody that's living in the future?
Because you're not understanding how DNA works, sweetheart. They're not finding derivatives of someone in the future. Albert Perry is not the future of A00. He just shows that he is a descendant of someone way, way further back than they could ever even realize, because that person that he's a descendant of carried A00. And that's the oldest A00 that they've ever been able to find. Albert Perry's ancestor, not Albert Perry in himself. He just got that DNA. Passed down to him.
Lucky, hold on. Let me pause your time. If you was just talking, Lucky, we're not hearing you speak because your mic is unmuted, maybe on stream yours.
Huh?
I don't know. Like, we couldn't hear you, but say something now while you're speaking. Go ahead. Let's see.
So you can hear me now, but you couldn't just hear me.
No, I can hear you now. Yes.
So
you good now? No, I heard. I could hear all the audio, but I'm just saying. I was saying you pausing it, and I was just making sure if you were speaking in between the pauses. That's all.
Yeah, I was. So this right here was established. A00 conversation is about genetic mutation. She's saying that A00 genetic mutation starts at Albert Perry. She's saying Albert Perry is the oldest known mutation. I had her saying this multiple times on multiple different venues. So again, I'm gonna have her say it again right now. So you said Albert Perry. I got to come back to this. So you said Albert Perry has the oldest mutation ever. He's got the oldest haplogroup mutation to ever exist. That's what you're saying?
He has the oldest A00 DNA that has been found. They have not found an older variation of A00 in any remains or any living person since.
So the conversation is there has never been nothing older found on a mutation line. If A00 is from America, then that would mean that Albert Perry would have to be the oldest mutation on the A00 line. Also, one would ask, how many mutations occurred and how many samples do we have? How many samples do we have for A00 in America? This is what I will make sure that we answer.
9 minutes and 50 seconds. 9 minutes and 50 seconds, brother.
Perfect. So this right here is what we call the Y family tree. It's a phylogenetic tree. I'm going to get into the phylogenetics in a second. The phylogenetic tree starts at the top. The top is A00 star. You see this star right here? This star right here is the remains of a boy in Cameroon dated to 7,885 years before the present. This Cameroonian, again, this Cameroonian found in 7,885 before the present is the oldest A00 mutation on the line. Further down the line, we have Albert Perry, known as A00A, which I will corroborate here in a second. This is what's called a phylogenetic tree. We can see clear as day A00 at the top. We've got the basal line is what they call it. This is the basal line. This ID number is I10871. It's cataloged in the Allen Ancient Genome Project. Right? I'm going to corroborate all this in just a second. All this in just a second. So what we got here is the time. Let's get a timeline established. So it was first coined in 2013 was when it went public, right? But the study was actually from 2008, which, like I said, I can get into the weeds at a later second. So the frequency we have is 6.3% in the Imbo tribe, right? So yes, the first it was identified in a study from 2008 where an African American lineage was later traced to the Imbo people of Western Cameroon. It revealed an unbroken genetic thread spanning over thousands of years, right? So again, like I say, in 2013, the initial A00 occurred at 2013. It was so-called unprecedented at the time. This is what everybody's titling Albert Perry, a man he lived from 1819 to 1827, right? This is from Menendez. This is what everybody's quoting, right? This is the thing, though. The phylogenetic tree, we already understand. A00 is the oldest. So if A00 is the oldest, A00 would be, like I said, the most basal. Look at this. Look at the word. A00 holds the most basal chromosome lineage known to exist in the living humans. Okay. The evidence for the modern populations in Cameroon. There has been 174 Imbo males tested, 67 Bangwa males tested, with a 40% frequency of them finding A00 in the Bangwa people of Cameroon. They find it at 6.3% in the Imbo. They've taken 174 male samples from one tribe, 67 male samples from that tribe. This is important. The subgroups, the A00 chromosome found in the Imbo were later classified as a subgroup A00B, right? This is what I just showed. A00B A4987. A00B A4985, 986. That's going to be this line. When they put the 5 and they dash it and they run it, dashing it all the way to 92. 95. So I'm sitting up here telling you this line right here, A00B. These are the modern Imbos further down, right? A00 Albert Perry descends from the older A00 Shumlanka, right? So what we got here is a St. Leo University nature study. The first ancient DNA from West Africa illuminates the deep human past. Okay, a team of international researchers, which included a St. Louis University Madrid anthropologist, dug deep to find some of the oldest African DNA on record. The Shumlanka rock shelter in Cameroon, home to ancient populations that bear little genetic resemblance to most people who live in the region today. That's right there. So guess what we got?
4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Perfect. So guess what we got here? So surprisingly, the ancient DNA sequence, they sequenced a full genome sequence. There was 18 individuals, right? From 8,000 years ago to 3,000 years ago. Okay. This was found and excavated in 1980, 1990. Okay. Very simple stuff here. So let's speed up. Bim, 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 bim. The surprising ancient DNA sequence from 4 children, one pair buried 8,000 years ago, the other 3,000, right? The pair buried 8,000 years ago, they were related autosomally. That's going to be important here in a second. So this result suggests that the Bantu speakers, my fault, I jumped ahead. It reveals ancestry very different from the Bantu today. Instead, they are closer to Central African hunter-gatherers. So these 8,000-year-old burials, the autosomal DNA is close to Central African hunter-gatherers. All right. So one of the sampled individuals, a male, carried the rare chromosome A00, found almost nowhere outside of Cameroon today. A00 is best documented among the Imbo and Bangwa ethnic groups living not far from Shumlanka. And this is the first time it has been seen in ancient DNA. Checkmate. A00 is a deeply divergent haplogroup, having split from all known humans about 300 to 200,000 years ago. This shows that this oldest known lineage of modern human males has been present in West Central Africa for more than 8,000 years. Right? This right here, this Shumlanka remains is the remains I'm speaking to. Right? This right here is the remains I'm speaking to. Analysis also revealed another set of 4 human lineages branching between 80,000 and 60,000 years ago, including the lineages contributing to most ancestry of present-day Eastern, Western Africans, and all the non-Africans. That's going to be important for my side jab later, right? But this is what's important. Considering this new model of human population, the author could show about 1/3 of the ancestry of Shumlanka derived from a lineage closely related to Central African hunter-gatherers, and 2/3 of their ancestry came from a distinct lineage distantly related to the majority of present-day Western Africans. So they did the DNA from these ancient remains. They found A00, and these ancient remains with A00 in them, guess what? They're related to Central African hunter-gatherers, right? I'm gonna get into the actual exact MT and Ys in a second, right? But this is just an introduction, just a warm-up, So again, the A00 chromosome found in the Imbo population was later classified as a distinct subgroup. I just showed it, separate from A00A, the subgroup identified in the African American lineage of Albert Perry. A00A is not at the top. A00 is down here. A00 is Albert Perry. A00A is Albert Perry. He's down here. His mutation occurred at 5,000. His mutation occurred at 1,000 years ago to about roughly 250 years before the present. Nowhere near the oldest mutation. Again, nowhere near the oldest mutation. In a landmark 2020 study published in Nature, researchers analyzed the genome of 4 children I just talked about, buried in Shumlanka. One of them, like I said, had A00. The A00 chromosome individual found to have more basal than the A00 chromosomes found in modern populations, suggesting that the A00 lineage was more diverse than in the past than it is today. The Sri Lankan individuals were genetically most similar to modern day central hunter-gatherers and were distinct from most Bantu speakers. Again, I don't want to get into the genetic characterization at this round. What's my time looking like, AP?
You have 9 seconds.
All right. So I will be getting into this, but that's where this information came from. I will be jumping straight back into this in my second round. You can close my screen out.
That's the official time. And we get ready to start the new time in just a second. Fire round. Shout out to the homie Lucky Man coming through with that heat. That was some heat right there. Shout out to Lucky and everybody in the building. We got Dulcinea first round coming. Let me know when y'all ready. Family, this is the freedom debate, but now support the channel, family. We have one support.
So if you could let me know after the 3 minutes, and then I guess give me my rounds, if that's
okay.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. I'll give you the 3 minutes separately. I'm gonna start your time whenever you start talking.
All right, peace and love, everybody. So today we're going to be doing a study on Albert Perry's ancient Y chromosome DNA. This is an observation with A00 being found in some conjecture that we have against this information. But to do this, we're going to with the scientific method. We'll obviously have our observation, then we have to ask scientific questions, not questions outside of science. That are scientific can be tested. They rely on evidence of the facts or natural phenomenon, while the other questions are opinions, values. They're solely based on authority or supernatural. So our hypothesis today is A00 is coming out of America, and its origins originates in America. So we're going to look at the experiments that they have, define their problems, see their objectives, see how they designed their experiment, performed and collected the data, and then we can see the conclusion and rephrase their hypothesis. Let's see if the data actually supports or contradicts their hypothesis, and see if we can find the correct one of our own. And then the results are just going to speak for themselves. We'll know if Albert Perry's A00 is coming out of America or Africa. So the key terms that we're going to need is Y chromosome testing, the analysis of genetic variations on a Y chromosome passed down from father to son unbroken, autosomal DNA, DNA inherited from both parents, SNPs, variations or changes on a single base position on the genome, phylogenetic tree, the branching diagram shown as the evolutionary relationships between species, haplogroups, haplotypes that share a common ancestor in paternal or maternal lineage, and the mutation rate, the frequency in which new mutations occur on a genome. So I just want you to look at here is some good, there's a lot of questions that it is this science high quality? What were the methods that they used to find what they're saying? Can we actually find this to be something that's original or just something that's passed down? This is something that we're going to examine as we clearly look at both sides of this argument. And as we're going through the data, we'll see if the results are matching where Albert Perry A00 is really originating out of Africa or if it's coming out of America. You can stop me at my intro there.
You got 32 seconds left, and I'll get ready to get to your 15-minute time. Okay. All right, it's ready whenever you are.
All right, you can start now. In the first round, we're going to go through some of these agenda-based theories that they're trying to masquerade as science. And then we'll go into the data of Albert Perry and see what it says. So we're starting off with Mark Caspi. He was born in March 1683, and between 1729 and 1747, he published The Natural History of Carolina, Florida, and the Bahama Islands. He would later be used by Carl Linnaeus in Species Planetarium in 1753. This is an excerpt from his book. It says he traveled through Carolina in the year 1722, described the production of the low and flat countries, as well as 700 miles into Carolina, Florida, and the Bahama Islands. So what I got is a primary source where he was speaking of the Aborigines of America to the Royal Society Scientific Community. And we see as he speaks in a letter coordinates to them, he talks about the Aboriginals and how they look. He says they from pole to pole, north to south, they're the same people. They come from the same stock. It doesn't matter their resemblance, the form, their features, their customs. They come from the equinox to Canada, even amongst the Caribbean. When we look at the mosquitoes, the Mexicans, the Floridians, all the way to the outside of the colonies. He describes them as being swarthy and generally larger in stature, and even South America being a lot alike, even though he had little knowledge. He then goes on to talk about the ends of Carolina and Florida. He talks about how they're well proportioned, how their wrists are small, their fingers long and lanky, their faces broad, their features were manly, their noses were not flat, their lips are not too thick. He also says their hair is black and very coarse. He talks about the women before a marriage being finely shaped, them having pretty features. And he said, no people have stronger eyes or see better in the night than the Indians, and their houses live in perpetual smoke. So we can see here, scientists in 1722 were not objecting that American was its own human population, separate from any African or Asian. So then we come and we get to Darwin, that is basing his studies on Linnaeus' system, but he comes up with a tree of life that is going to expose the extinct species that link us to monkeys. Then we have him build the first phylogenic tree in 1837. So no one denies in the scientific community the effects that Darwin has had for these racial categories that have nothing to do with science. Even Sorry, it looks like it stopped again. Pause it again. Sorry about that.
All right.
Okay. It's coming up now, so you can start it now. The
All right,
Y
start now.
chromosome does not recombine, so SNPs are a straightforward line of inheritance from father to son over thousands of years. Each mutation becomes a marker. So that means that the shared SNP should be shared ancestry. The unique SNP should help us build the haplotype of that basal lineage, and missing SNP should mean that someone does not belong to that lineage at all. This is exactly how Albert Perry's A00 lineage was identified and was unknown with any haplotypes they had at the time. So what do they do now instead with inferring missing DNA? Take the sets of reads and let's imagine them to be bases of the EMBO DNA and our reference genome being Albert Perry. They basically take the sets of reads that they get from the EMBO and copy and paste them to the reference genome, since they didn't genotype it, and then build upon that missing DNA. So the inferred DNA is not observed DNA. It's not something that they know it has components of A00 and EMBO. They're inferring that it does. It ends up being a reference bias for the final haplocall, and the deep entry ends up being tied to African data sets. Unusual SNPs are usually just erased or corrected according to them. So we can see, as far as in Colin Barrett's father of all, that 340,000 years ago, he said Y chromosome was so distinctive in Albert Perry that he was different than any man that ever existed. His lineage probably separated 338,000 years ago. And he said they would only be able to find this mystery if it wasn't for the consumer DNA databases to make the discovery possible. We see other scientists that were coming against their unusual practices. How were they using unequal lengths of DNA to compare? And they had an estimated mutation rate that just was false and wouldn't fit in the plan of how genetics work. So we can see here again where they're putting A0 before any of the other A0, A1 lineages and saying that it can even go back before. We have Albert Perry being completely divergent from these EMBO individuals, and we can see the timeline of where they had the former Adam to their revised Adam now with Albert Perry's DNA. So where did they get the African DNA in the first place? Well, that's because in 2011, the same database had already been testing their theory that the origins of humanity was out of Africa.
4 minutes.
You see that they sequenced, thank you. You see that they sequenced about 200 kilobases of a male-specific region in the human Y chromosome. Didn't they say they compared Albert Perry with 180 kilobases? Sounds like about 200. So let's see what they said. They interpret supporting an African origin for modern humans. They had the Gozoin and the Ethiopians of East Africans being the largest or deepest lineages of phylogeny. But they said with clade A, when they defined amongst the Africans and the markers, they were not even a monophyletic group of lineages. That means even all the Africans didn't relate to each other. They used an analysis of African DNA samples that showed that the deepest clades were revised in the phylogeny to be found in Central and Northwest Africa. So we see here that they talk about finding the A1B. That's one of the deepest branches that they find in the African genetics from the Y chromosome, as well with A1A and A2T. Remember, they reclassify A1B as A0. They say the 4 subjects, 2 Berbers from Northwest Africa, 1 Tuareg, and someone from Niger would make up what is the clade A1A. And this clade would be detected in West Africa at low frequencies. Do you remember what they said about A00 being in West Africa at low frequencies. So it's not A00 that is, it's A1B. They also identified this in the Pygmy in the southern Cameroon and was classified as A1B. So just because it's to A0, it doesn't make it the same haplogroup, especially since this was already published in 2011 before they found Albert Perry. Didn't they say Albert Perry's was unknown DNA? How did they not know that the haplogroup that they were looking for was already in their African databases, since this is all from family tree DNA? So let's go ahead and take the observations for what we really know from what they found in 2013. They discovered can sample. They had 240 kilobases sequenced from that. That was an extremely basal branch, end up being the base lineage for A00. The samples were not sequenced or genotyped, nor were they conformed matches, and they were far more divergent to be the origin of A00 itself. That makes the A00 origin remaining unknown. And we can stop my time right there.
I have 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining on the time, so we'll stop your time right there.
We can go. And we can go right here. I'll go as far as it. Let's go back to this screen. I'll put it on here. So, and just let me know here. So since a minute left, we can go deeper into this. Because in 2011, like I said, these haplotypes existed. Why didn't Dr. Hammer know that this was an A1 type when he saw A00? Why didn't Thomas Crane know it was an A1B haplogroup when he saw A00? Because it wasn't. It was something completely different. So let's look at this. They took a sample of 2,204 African subjects. Their chromosomes were not previously assigned to any specific Y haplogroups yet. They took the 8 chromosomes they carry in the alleles to classify them. They found the 4 X from the Berbers, the 1 Tuareg, and the 1 Niger, and they compared as well the Pygmy, the 3 chromosomes from the Pygmy in Cameroon. This is how they came with A1B.
That's your time. That's your time. Shout out to the first round, to everybody that's in the building, man. This is fire. Make sure y'all hit that like button, thumb up the video, man. This is fire. We're going to get into the second round. We're going to play a quick little music right quick. We'll be right back in 60 seconds. Hit that like button. Support the channel, family. This is a fire one. We'll be right back.
OBP. Yeah. Panther. Free Jazzy Tuck. Yeah.
Here you go.
So it's a couple of things I wanted to address, right? She said some things that I don't know if she maybe understood, or maybe she's trying to openly kind of play the wool over y'all eyes. So she made a real quick play, right? She tried to play on A00 being A1B as far as the embos being concerned. But I just put it up, right? Because we need to understand she's pulling articles from before the research had been published about these unmarked samples. These samples, it was 12 STR markers that were not found in family tree DNA. This is what it was started about. This was a family tree DNA project. And because it was not in a consumer database where they had already tapped Y chromosomes, but it was in a database as far as a genome project was concerned, they were able to go in and find something that was similar. And when they found the similar, that's when they started testing people. And when they started testing people, they found A00B, right? They went there towards Africa because of this situation. So when she tries to have a conversation about A1B, the Y chromosome haplogroup previously known as A1B was reclassified AO following the discovery of a new line more ancient in 2012. This newly discovered and even earlier lineage was named A00. So A00 is A1B, but she's trying to play on you, right? Just trying to play on you because they update these all the time. People used to say E1B1A, and now it's not that anymore. E1B1A is classified something else. Now you have to keep yourself up to date with these stuff. It's not, you can't use an iPhone 7 and get on TikTok today. It's not going to update. You have to move your software forward just like you do with everything else in your life. So she's playing on you not knowing that A1B is A00 prior to 2012. Very simple, not a hard concept to understand. Let's go here with it, right? Family tree DNA, right? Bonnie Schrack or Schruck, I don't know how to say her name. Shout out to her. That's the lead geneticist, right? So Bonnie made a note back in April. Family tree DNA met some unexpected glitches. Blah blah blah. Just let you know this is what we're talking about. Until 2011, haplogroup A was thought to be simply the first branch of the human phylogenetic tree. Work by Fulvio showed otherwise. Within the lineage that had been called haplogroup A, more than one branch grew from a known root of extant human lineages. And one of those A branches was ancestral to all others. So when they determined that this was older, they said, hey, we need to resequence this. So our sequencing of members of this project in 2012 discovered more of these earliest branches from the root and before the other previously known branches, and we found that the point of their convergence to a common ancestor lay far further back in time than had been recognized by science in the past, back to the dawn of the emergence of humans as we know it. The branch that had been previously known as A1B, which Cruciano found to be arising from the root, has been renamed A0. It's not different. It has been renamed to emphasize its stature as an independent haplogroup branching prior to A1, which is the ancestral of all other haplos. So let's walk this down. Because what she said, why turns out the branch yet earlier than A0, it was called A00. Its brother branch is AOT, which forks into AO and A1. AOT becomes A1. This is all used to be classified under A1B. Pay attention. We have to update our rhetoric. One of the children of the A1B is the ancestral BT, which is the rest of the world's haplogroup descendants, like the Asians and all of that. This naming protocol of A1, A00, and AO avoids having to use up more letters of the alphabet or heavy forbid renaming all of the haplogroups altogether, right? That's where it come from. So to play games with the people is silly. The conversation is who has the oldest genetic mutation. The oldest genetic mutation. Hold on, let me get back into your article because you had some in your article, right? This right here is from, again, 2013. Why are you failing to get into the modern age? 2013, right? You're talking about a study from 2013. These are all A00. This is what you just pulled up, right? In 2013, they were alleging that his mutation occurred. They're giving it 17,000 common error. This is what they're saying, right? In 2013. They're giving him Africa. Are you aware of that? This article that you just pulled up is putting him in Africa. So please tell me why you're pulling up stuff that puts him in Africa. We report the discovery of an African-American Y chromosome that carries ancestral state that all SNPs define the basal portion of the Y chromosome phylogenetic tree. We're talking about Albert Perry, this extremely ancient combined derivative A00 lineage, which we also find in very low frequencies in Central Africa. So why is your article saying that they find very low frequencies in Africa, and you're saying that it's not in Africa? That's a separate line. How? So like, watch this. Bonnie Schrack, that's that name right there. That's the 1, 2, 3rd name down from Fernando Menendez. Remember that name, right? Bonnie Schrack, she is a lead of the A00 Cameroon Research Project in Albert Perry's Y, right? Bonnie Schrack and Cameroonian historian Dr. Matthew Forka, okay? They helped identify the Y-DNA haplogroup A00, which is the most basal chromosome. Bonnie is a part of the original search. Let's establish this. 200 DNA samples, remember? You just brought that up, right? Okay, let's keep going. Look at this. Cameroon. It says, as an African American male with ancestral roots in both South Carolina and Cameroon, including 2 genetic relatives. Albert Perry has 2 genetic relatives in Cameroon. So you ask, why did they go to Cameroon looking for an understanding of his DNA? Because he had 2 genetic relatives in Western Cameroon, as well as his largest ancestry DNA ethnicity admixture component assigned Cameroon at 40%.
10 minutes and 15 seconds.
The Y haplogroup. Hold up, I gotta wait for the ad. The Y haplogroup represents the oldest branch. This discovery added a completely new branch. The A00 Cameroon Research Project is run by citizen scientists, right? These people are still actively running this research. The story of Perry. It all started in 2008, like I just said. Jacqueline Johnson, an African-American family genealogist, tested various family members from her Johnson lineage and her genealogy project. Johnson submitted DNA samples of a few male cousins for a routine genetic analysis. One of the male cousins, who identified remained anonymous, was subsequently passed in 2013, had an unusual, mysterious mutation. According to the genetic genealogist, Bonnie Schreck, right? I just told you I remember that name. After the 12 marker results from this test were received in 2008, Johnson's unidentified male cousin had no matches in the family tree DNA database. That's their database. They don't have access to every sample in the world. They only have access to the samples of the people who have taken family tree DNA tests. They don't have access to ancestry DNA tests. They don't have access to 23andMe tests. They only have access to family tree DNA tests. Okay. When Schreck became the administrator of the Y-DNA A haplogroup project for family tree DNA, the entire program. At the same time, a landmark paper by Cruciani, who I just mentioned, had just made a monumental rearrangement of the Y chromosome phylogenetic tree root, right? The A00, A1, AB conversation. Schreck says there were a considerable number of members of the Y-DNA haplogroups, such as A1 and A3, and a few whose haplotypes were not easy to classify. Johnson's unidentified male cousin, who had recently upgraded to a Y37 marker, was one of those members. That's what we're talking about. So back on this phylogenetic tree that I keep bringing up, on the phylogenetic tree, she cannot get around this. Albert Perry is known as A00A. Albert Perry is known as A00A. The oldest known basal haplogroup under A00 is A00 starred right here. And guess where it goes back to? Ancient Cameroon Sri Lanka remains every single time. So here's this article. It's titled, this is a research article. This was released in 2029. It was received in 2018, published it by 2020. The ancient West African foragers in the context of African populations. And what do we have here? Our knowledge of ancient human population structures in the sub-Saharan Africa, particularly prior to the advent of food production, remained limited. Here we report genome-wide DNA data from 4 children, full sequence, 2 of whom were buried approximately 8,000 years ago, 2 or 3,000 years ago. Sri Lanka, Cameroon, one of the earliest known archaeological sites within the probable homeland of the Bantu languages. One individual carried a deeply divergent Y chromosome haplogroup A00, which today is found almost exclusively in the same area. However, the entire genome-wide ancestry profile of all 4 individuals are most similar to present-day hunter-gatherers of West Central Africa. Didn't she just say autosomal was real? The autosomal DNA of all of those people are closely related to Central African hunter-gatherers. Checkmate. the details, right, of the four people, the four individuals. These two individuals related, both of them males. One of them has the haplogroup A00, the other one has the haplogroup B. They're related. And guess who is the haplogroup B? Central African pygmies. So you moving and trying to mix it up, it's not going to work. The way they found this is from defining mutations on the SNPs, or as niggas like to call the SNPs. Okay, so the genetic signature of A00 revealed its ancient origins through unique mutations and provided insight into the timeline of human paternal evolution. So the key defining SNPs were the primary marker that they're using to classify A00, and I'm getting this directly from ISOGG, right? What we're using to define A00 is the primary marker AF6, and you need to have these defining SNPs. These are where the mutations occur. If you have these mutations on AF6, they are classifying that as A00. A00 carries the ancestral state for defining mutations of all the other haplogroups. Okay, again, beyond the key SNPs that define A00 as a whole, the Y chromosome of A00 carriers possess a large number of private derived mutations. The initial study identified approximately 240 kilobases of unique sequences, right? This is why it's important to get the big Y testing. So let me see what we got. Again, I just mentioned the story of A00 is a testimony. It's crucial to the role of citizenship science. What I was just reading, the A00 Cameroon Research Project, Bonnie Shrek, right? They are still actively working in the field, right? This was from 2013. It was fully funded.
3 minutes and 45 seconds.
Why DNA, A00, and the peoples of Cameroon. This is Bonnie herself, right? So watch Bonnie and them. Watch how they talk. Historian Matthew Forka, he's an Imbo ethnic member himself. He's the one gathering these samples in Africa. He's the one gathering these samples. He studied a groundbreaking paper, right? The data for the other previously collected but now inaccessible samples show that A00 can be found among a variety of people in Cameroon, which is a world of biodiversity, right? This is the search. They are still ongoing right now. In his first trip, Matthew will travel to a remote village and collect at least 100 samples. This was 2013, right? This was 2013. They have since went on multiple. Let me show you the most updated one, right? Let me show you the most updated one. This is from 2016. After anything she showed on the screen. This is him right here. This is him testing someone, right? This citizenship project, haplogroup A00 in Cameroon, having successful samples of the Bangwa, the Imbo, and the Balimke. A00 is the earliest known human branch. Project coordinator Bonnie Shrek led the team with the discovery. Our first field trip was a big success. Matthew collected 204 Bangwa and Imbo samples. Remember? Hold up, let me go back to my shit. Where my shit at? Remember, I already told y'all that, but I'm just showing niggas I'm not just making it up. This is who he sampled. He's the one who did the sampling. He's the one who did the sampling. He found 35 of them belonged to A00. On the second field trip, they yielded 206 more samples, still to be tested. That was in 2016. They posted this, right? We're now looking for A00 amongst the Banyang, the Ejangham, further west on into Nigeria, right? Now they're updating and reaching out, right? This right here is active and update. They're still testing right now. They're still testing right now. So again, let's go back. Let's establish some shit. Albert Perry, 2012, Family Tree DNA. This is where they found it. In 2015, the two Imbo people from Cameroon tested as described. I just told you about those people. Then it sequenced 104 living males, including a man from Cameroon, which added the branch AL1 AL114. AL114 is also AOOB, right? It's hard to keep up with, but this is how they works. AL1149 is AOOB, right? In 2020, found an ancient branch of AOO, subsequent named AL1087, that was added above AOO, dating between 3,000 and 8,000 years ago. Above. Do you know what above means? AL1087 is put above AOO. This is what we're looking at. AOOA is down here. I'm going to keep reiterating that. It's down there. It has nothing to do with the oldest mutation. The oldest mutation, again, goes to the Shumlanka remains excavated 1980, 1990.
Shout out to Lucky. Shout out to Lucky, man. Let's get ready to get into the second round of Dosania. Fire information. Shout out to Lucky. Shout out to Dosania. Y'all ready to get to it?
Keys on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track, on the track. For the stats, I be beating the odds. In the blood, it be making me calm. I determined just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm on bomb. I'ma leave it.
Let's get it.
All right. If you could go ahead and add the 3 minutes and have the total of 18 minutes for my time for round 2, because I don't need to rebunk that. I mean, he's with me. He agrees. He's showing us how it reconstructed. He showed you how Bonnie, who is from Family Tree DNA, was already in Cameroon in 2011 working on this, yet in 2012 they had the Albert Perry DNA and it was unknown. If you were already in Cameroon and this is a Cameroonian, a basal lineage where it's from there, how is it unknown? We should have already known it was Cameroon. He's acting like all this is new, but it's not. So let's start off in the 1990s where this stuff begins. And they say mitochondrial DNA is going to show us a mitochondrial Eve out of Africa, where they take the world in 5 populations: Africa, Asia, Australia, Caucasian, and New Guinean. What do they say? They say they find that Africa is the most diverse. Duh, you're testing Americans and putting them with Africans. Of course, it's the more going to make sure it's relations to the fossil record. Well, then here we go to 1994, where we have Douglas continuing on in that aspect and saying, okay, let's go ahead and test the Asians to these ancient American structures. The Asians, there's a 40% loss in DNA, in mitochondrial DNA. Not only that, a major site of HING-2 is completely missing when you look at the Asians in comparison to that ancient American culture. What do they excuse for that? Oh, well, it's the mixture of Caucasians coming in and colonizing that's getting the loss. Well, I'm pretty sure Black Americans were colonized too. How come they found Albert Perry's DNA being ancient DNA? Let's keep going, because they then continued with the Maya. They then continued with Takuna, and they found another major site missing from have that site, that culture that has radiation in the Emirates. They say maybe even 16% of Emirate mtDNA is maybe in a 4th group that's unknown right now. So then we get to where they even come with this Y chromosome testing. We see Goblin and Tyler Smith in 1995 giving their hypothesis that using paternal ancestor in Africa. They say the trees and the evolutionary relationships of the modern chromosomes should reveal the origin root and its branch points. They also say that they should be able to take the compound haplotypes and go into 4 haplotypic groups. Sounds like they're just trying to do race again. 4 haplotypic groups for the whole entire population of the world sounds insane. So look here, Lucky, we're in Sri Lanka. In 2001 is when they revealed these studies. But when did the excavation start? In 1998. They come across Sri Lanka in Cameroon. They have 18 human skeletons, over 1,200 pottery shards, the fauna and plant remains unearthed. Sri Lanka is in Cameroon, as you can see here. They collected 4 children, sounds familiar, and 14 adults. They took the genomics from that region. They believe the origin was in Northwest Central Africa, and they said that epoch was in the current, but dated somewhere between 6,000 to 11,000 years ago. The Ice Age would be dating 2.6 million years ago. But as you can see here, they say it's between the 9,000 to 8,000, 7,000 to 6,000, and the big grass fields around 7,000 BP, called the Ceramic Late Stone Age. But this, again, is an excavation of 1998, them already in Cameroon looking for the origins of humanity. He says, well, why are you going to the past? Because we learned so many things. They didn't know those things back then. They didn't, because the International HapMap Project was announced in 2002 when they said they would put $100 million effort in genetic variations. They said they would use their 4 groups, Nigeria, Japan, China, United States, to represent the whole human population. And then they would be able to sequence, as far as knowing humans being 99.9% alike in protein coding, coding DNA, and 10.11 in the haplotype. They predicted that they would be able to create a dynamic map by testing those 4 groups for blocks of DNA variants and creating a reference sequence that would represent the entire world. Well, we can see that people had major problems with that. And notice that I'm going straight to the scientific journals. European Journal of Human Genetics, 2006. We don't have to go through articles. Let's go to the journals and the scientists themselves. They are saying that this is BS. To take a marker with an assumption of a human population that you put into all the world into 4 groups is going to pull off the polymorphism where you can't detect the LD relationships or the trait relationships to the markers. They also said that the so-called haplotype map would facilitate a genome-wide association analysis where the alleles of 1 million data sets would be a frequency defined by 0.1. They said the increased sample size with the little variants would cause it to be possibly unknown to see if a haplotype is correct or not. So what they say from here is we hope to make readers think twice before engaging in the high-risk studies without fully evaluating the potentials for confounding factors, such as those described here, to complicate the theoretical predictions. See, these are theoretical predictions. These are not facts that the human geneticists are saying they see. Geneticists routinely rely on mathematical theory and predictions, but without fully understanding the assumptions driving the theory or contemplating their implications. If nothing forthcoming and about the theoretical ramifications of this model's assumptions. Then we get to 2007, where they're still questioning how real is the HAP map, revolution or hype. We have Charles Murray of the Bell Curve in 1994, who says the HAP map project gets underway. Let's put our bets on the table. If they're just going to pull off bringing back race as a valid and useful construct, the HAP map results. Thank you. The current consensus towards the tradition, albeit they know it's imprecise way to categorize human beings. Also, other people had contention that why are they doing this anyways? The Human Genome Project already failed. It was scrapped before it was even completed. And they knew that this was an attempt for third world to get Western pharmaceutical companies for profit of genomes of the underprivileged. They said that they believed that this was just another way to get grant money flowing and money on the table. Of course, the National Human Genome Research Institution flatly disagreed. So then we have more people coming out of the time. Charles N. Rotimi asking, are medical and non-medical uses of large humans conflating genetics and race? He said it was just reaffirming the old prejudice. Also, they talked about how the drug development would not be able to even help people if the classifications were based on race, ethnicity, and skin color. When you say that virus like Tay-Sachs or the sickle cell virus is only African, when they know Americans suffer from it, they know people in the Meridian suffer from it, they're only testing African genomes to come up with development of how they can help with meta groups. It makes the drugs ineffective for those other groups because they're not part of that race. So drug development, he says, may contribute to the full deconstruction of race and other imprecise groups when applied to genomes. We also out of theory was just questioned altogether at the time. 2007, they found teeth specimens coming out of Asia. They compared the African specimens that are coming even from the Pleistocene era. Remember, that's the era before the Sri Lankan or Asian dental pattern was already established in early Pleistocene era. This is not something that people are coming out of Africa. They're their own people. So what did they say in the reply when they're testing African and African American ancestry and genetics? They say people who identify as African American may be as little as West African as 1%, or they could be as much as 99%. We're still working out the details and the kinks in between. So here we have, and we come for someone in the scientific journal of re-examining the out of Africa theory that says that this is create BS. He says, as far as you basing a strong argument that the most diverse is because of the mixed DNA lineages that is producing high variability, is why you're saying that this is all out of Africa. If you weren't putting all these different DNA lineages into one group, they may not be the most diverse. He says we need to look at Africans and non-Africans as descending separately. And then we can see who the downstream common ancestor is. Also, we can see that the HapMap project altogether just was, even in Japan, the negative attitudes made it extremely hard for them to run any test, just like as it is across the world. People do not trust what's going on with these genomes, and rightfully so. They've known for these genome projects to be nothing but a money grab, nothing but a bio-colonial extraction, and then working on the indigenous people to come against them and find drugs for their benefit and not for the indigenous people. So was it correct when they said that this was all a money grab? Well, it looks like it was. So let's look into Sir Henry Wellcome and the Wellcome Trust role in genome projects. The Wellcome Trust is the largest funder of modern genetic mapping projects, including the HapMap, the UK Biobank, and Trust financial power raised concerns about outsized control, lack of transparency, the public and private blending. Sounds a lot like what has gone with this out of control 23andMe and DNA testing today. But let's look into the origins of Sir Henry Wellcome. He was born in 1853, same time as Charles Darwin, and they're competing. He has the earliest global pharmaceutical corporations that gains their money through a British colonial expansion of digging up human remains, artifacts, biological specimens, and then using that to grow his pharmaceutical monopoly, do medical research tied to imperial interests, and his acquisition of human biological material. Of course, the Wellcome Trust would be the one that's funding all this science research. So now let's go up to 2016. We found Albert Perry, and like Lucky showed us last round, thank you, Lucky, they did everything in their power to remap the African genomes to make it fit the Albert Perry A00, since they saw that was the oldest. So now in 2016, we have them reevaluating 130 micro haplotypes in a global set of 83 populations. But as you see here, even though populations have grown, the number of human races and populations that they total is still about 5.
3 minutes and 46 seconds. So here, 44 seconds.
Okay. Here they say they took 359 SNPs with a million individual genotypes, but then 4 to 5 human population loci. That's just not what it is. We have millions of genotypes in a SNP. Don't we need to analyze all those genotypes and where they come from? That in Sri Lanka, they went back, and no, he makes it seem like this is research from in 1998. They were in it. He is correct. Now they say it's a special site in 2020 and it's a deep into the human past. But what about in 1998 when they were there the first time? Okay, so he is correct that he says that their lineage is A00B, A4987. That is not one of the 4 SNPs that are identified in Albert Perry. He showed you. Thank you, Lucky. A0887 mutation is not one of the 4 SNPs that he showed you as identified in A00. Albert Perry, thank you, Lucky. Now we're seeing the differences. We're seeing that the lineage doesn't match up. They're not the same. And for them to make it fun, how can that be a downstream when none of the SNPs that we're finding in the oldest lineage is found in the Sri Lanka? This is just them reclassifying it just like they did before, renaming it to fit their agenda, even though there is no A00 root SNPs of Albert Perry who shows the basal lineage of A00. How long do I have?
You have 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's start here. Even in 2020, we're still at A00, that it's discovered in an American sample. Sorry, let me go back. So we have A00 that is found in an American sample, but they're saying they're tying it to the Sri Lanka people, but they have no 0B A4987 that were in Albert Perry. How is this even connected with each other? Or is this just a reconstruction in 2020 that they weren't able to do in 1998 and in 2002 and in 2011 when they were in West Africa the first time? Why should we believe something that they got it wrong in the beginning, but we're getting it right now? No. Show us the mutations that align between the Africans and Albert Perry directly. We want to see the genotype. We want to see the SNPs. And I'll end there.
Fire round from both of those brothers and sisters. They coming with their heat. Drop those fire. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. We do appreciate it. We're getting into the third and final round. This round is where a lot of determination factors is going to take place. So make sure y'all get y'all pen and paper. Make sure y'all thumb up the video. And most importantly, family, show some love. Show some love and support the channel. Like I said, this debate is brought to you guys some of the official merch, fire merch, right here on the site. We got more dropping exclusively within the next few months. But man, make sure y'all go check it out. All different color variations. Make sure y'all go check it out. Well, whenever you start speaking, it's ready to go, brother. Whenever you're ready, it's ready to go.
All right, so I knew this is the second time in a row I just caught you lying, right? I don't know why you're doing this. Well, I know why you're doing this. You're attempting to deceive people because you think they're ignorant in the chat. You just said that A00B A4987 was the ancient Sri Lanka remains. This is what you just said. And you claim that that is not, in fact, Albert Perry. I mean, that is not, in fact, A00 oldest lineage. Let me break this down for you. First of all, you lied. A00B A4987 is from two living individuals. So you're lying. You're literally lying. This is from, and this is right here. This is not an old ass study because everything you just did was from 2007. Everything you just did was from 2007. This is from 2022. 2022. And this is where we at with it. A00L1284, which I just told you, that is Albert Perry. A00L, like I just said, 1284. He is not the oldest mutation. This is the conversation that we are having. I keep reiterating. She hasn't
ever been able to.
She hasn't talked about nothing that we're supposed to be talking about. Why are you bringing up MTD? The year is 2025. That's almost 20 years ago. You need to update your software and you need to get on task. The conversation, or is it from Africa? How can something that is very recent on the evolutionary phylogenetic tree that you subscribed to by saying that Albert Perry is A00, this is what you cannot escape from. You said A00 was from America. A00 is a haplogroup in a phylogenetic tree. So that means you agree with phylogenetic mapping. Otherwise, you would not have the categorization A00. You're wasting people's time playing games. Show us something that does not say Africa. Show us why DNA. Why are you talking about mitochondrial DNA? This is what you're supposed to be talking about. Let me remind you.
Fine, Albert Perry's ancestor, not Albert Perry in himself. He just got that DNA passed down to him.
Hold on, Dusty. I'm thrown off. So you said Albert Perry. Albert Perry has the oldest mutation ever. He's got the oldest haplogroup mutation to ever exist. That's what you're saying?
He has the oldest A00 DNA that has been found. They have not found an older variation of A00 in any remains or any living person since.
Perfect. Any remains or any living person since. This is what she said. This is what she said. So A00 Sri Lanka remains are not A00 A4987. A00 A4987 individuals that were alive that carried the sample from the 2015 study. The Sri Lanka remains was not dropped until 2020. Why are you lying to the people like a nigga not gonna catch you lying in real time? It's bogus, it's disingenuous, it's bad faith, and it's what I expected. So, Lake Cave, Cameroon, 8,000 years ago, not A00B, A4987. Let's get some more clarity. So, what would that be though? Right? Don't just say it about like what would that be? So, the Allen Ancient Genome Diversity Project is where you can find this housed, right? Before I go there, let's get back to the phylogenetic tree. The oldest mutation is from Cameroon, dated 7,885 years ago. Albert Perry's DNA comes from him. You cannot be from somewhere if you're from somewhere else. This is very simple. I don't know why I gotta break this stuff down to y'all. I just showed you. Let me look at it again. The Cameroon individual sequenced at 7,885 years before present as the age. His ID catalog number is 10871. So let's find this ID catalog, right? Let's find this ID catalog. The code I1087 refers to a specific individual sample, likely from the Sri Lanka site in Cameroon, studied within the framework of the project's Allen Ancient DNA resources. Do you understand that you just got caught lying in real time? Y DNA A00, maternal L0. It can be found in the John Temple Foundation, Allen Ancient Genome Project. It's not A00 A4987. It's listed as I10871. Okay? Do you understand that? A00 B A4987 is two IMBO individuals that are alive from a study in 2015. So why are you lying to the people on a debate setting like I cannot challenge in real time? This was terrible work from you. You lied both rounds and you haven't talked about A00 yet, right? So maybe if you just did some simple stuff, like just get out of the research articles. Maybe start with something like, I don't know, Wiki. A00, also known as Perry's Y, previously unknown haplogroup discovered in 2012, right? Menendez, right? This is what you kept quoting, but you did never read from him. Why you haven't read from Menendez yet, beloved? Why you haven't read yet from Menendez, beloved? You haven't talked about A00 yet. We're in the third round. Perry's Y was redesigned A00A. A00A. Research later found A00 was possessed by 11 males that were alive. Subsequent research suggested the overall rate was even higher. The IMBO samples were later classified as its own group. What she's trying to claim is the ancient remains. Look at this again. These are not the ancient remains. These are classified as living remains. She's trying to lie to you because she doesn't think you're paying attention. Now watch this. Further research from 2015 indicates that a modern population with the highest concentration, the Bangwa, right, actually have 40% of their samples which were positive for A00A, which is in fact an individual that did not fit into either the A00A or the A00B. It was redesignated to A00C in 15, right? 3 sub branches. The genetic sequence genome-wide DNA from 4 people in Cameroon. I've been reading this multiple times now. One individual carried A00. The data from the individual is now found in the Allen Ancient Genome Diversity Project under the code I1071. He seems to represent an earlier stage of A00 before the divergent into 3 groups. Checkmate. I1087 indicates an earlier stage of A00 before the divergent into 3 groups. You cannot get around phylogenetic tree. A00 starts here. This is the ancient remains of Shumlanka. This is A00C, the 2015 study from the Cameroonians. This is that right here. This is A00A Albert Perry SNPs. This is A00B modern Imbo people. I've been showing this all debate, and she has not showed a damn thing. Again, the evidence is in the samples. Ask her to show you samples from America. She cannot show you research articles talking about America. She cannot show you geneticists or researchers talking about America. Right? She can't show it. So let's get right here. Let's go right here. Where am I at? Hold on. And furthermore, everything that she read, like I said, has it literally speaking about Africa. Even when she was talking about foraging paternal lineages in her second round, the title of the article, it literally said explaining paternal diversity in Africa. So what you're reading from is a playbook that's designed for me. I don't know why y'all continue to do that. Everything you said was for me. Hold on, let me get into the weeds. Here we go. 2 earlier individuals, right? The ancient ones that we're talking about that was picked up in Shumlanka. The 2 earliest individuals. One has a Y chromosome of haplogroup B. The other one has a haplogroup A00, which get out my way, which discovered in 2013 and is present at what that bitch say? Appreciable frequencies only in Cameroon. What? Hold up. What? So you mean to tell me it's present at appreciable frequencies only in Cameroon, in particular among the Imbo and Bangwa in the western part? A00 is the oldest branch, right? This is what we're talking about. Watch this. Damn, that bit jumped all the way down to the bottom. Watch this. At this position and at that position, okay, a whole genome sequence that differs between present day A00 and all other Y chromosomes sequenced of the Shumlanka individuals carries the non-reference allele at a total of 1,521. Okay, translating to a within A00 split of 37,000 years ago. 37,2,500 years ago. Remember, we're talking about an 8,000-year-old cycle sample. Let me show you that we're talking about A00A. Look at this. 8,000-year-old sample. Look at the date they're giving it. Right? Let's see the age that they're giving it. Oh, I ain't logged in. I ain't logged in. All right, we're gonna skip. We're gonna skip that because I ain't logged in. All right, let's get back to this. So again, we are showing you. I've cross-referenced multiple different sources. She has showed not a single source indicating the A00 tree. Let me show you the tree again. Again, this is A00L1090. This is AOOL 1087. What is that? 10871. 10871. Ancient individual from Sri Lanka. Then you have the Mbo of the Cameroon, like I told you, 2015. Then you have more Cameroon.
3 minutes and 54 seconds.
Then you have the great grandson of Albert Perry and the great great grandson of Albert Perry. Way the fuck down here. Look at this. 32,000 years ago. And look at this. Way down here. You cannot get around all of the evidence. You have provided not one article, nothing. As a paternal specific marker, the Y chromosome has an important story to tell regarding the peopling of Southeast Asia. The oldest Y chromosome haplogroups are A00, A, and B, and are found exclusively in Africa. What more are we talking about? I'm going source to source without a shadow of a doubt. I'm showing you that she was inconsistent with her research. I'm showing you that what she's saying is actually a factually inaccurate statement, claiming that A00 4897 was in fact an ancient remains when these were modern humans. She tried to lie to y'all. What type of person is that disingenuous with their own brethren that they will attempt to lie to them in a debate setting? It's bad work. It's lazy and it's not integral at all. Let me clean some of this up. Let's look at the phylogenetic tree just that's on Wik, right? A00 F6. Remember, these are the markers I just told y'all about when I was over here, and I'm breaking it down, right? These is the markers I just said. AF6 is the primary marker that they're going to use to equate themselves to A00. A00A. Then A00 B and C. Show me that Albert Perry is not AAA, because I've just showed you 4 different sources that categorized him as A00A and said that he is not the oldest genetic mutation. Okay, let's speed this up. Again, here's another mention of the 11 samples of living individuals, right, that came up to A00, and it calculated a split. Again, she tried to lie to you, and you guys are going to still sit up there and believe it. A00, the Cameroon Project, seeks to raise awareness. Again, this is active. They're actively still testing people. Ask her where they're testing people at in America. Can you show me American geneticists? This is not no heavily funded project. This is funded by the people. I already showed that. This is funded by the people, right? They take donations in order to get this done. So please tell me again, all of these samples I've showed in Africa, you showed me no American samples, and you have showed that Albert Perry is not the oldest mutation. Nothing that you have said today has garnered any interest at all from somebody who would be taking a debate on this topic of conversation. You beat around the bush and you don't discuss what we talk about, and then when you do, you blatantly lie. This is the oldest genome sequenced to have A00. I'm gonna keep reiterating, that's the Sri Lanka site, not the bullshit you tried to pull over the screen. That was lazy and it was bad faith. And I told you I'm full court pressing this entire debate. I'm not gonna let you get nothing off without checking it. So I went through 15 different sources. I gave 3 different graphics, and I went through my PowerPoint.
Shout out to Lucky, man. Fire around. Good way to close it out. Getting into the next round, we got my sister Dulcie. Get ready to rock the flow. Whenever you're ready, we're going to get ready to get into it. This is the third and final round, family. Drop those fire emojis. Get the energy up. We are going to have an after party after this. So you guys come on over.
My whole 18 minutes, right?
Yeah, however you want to do it, sis.
Okay, just put my full 18 minutes, and
Okay.
I'll have you stop after this one as well, just when you're ready to start.
All right, let's get into
For the stats, I be beating the odds. And the blood, it be making me calm. I can turn it just like I'm Saddam. I'ma blow it just like I'm a bomb. I'ma leave it.
All right, let's go.
So he's showing like one journal, and he keeps showing Chat GPT and Wikipedia. I refuse to meet him at Wikipedia, but let's go, Chat GPT. Let's reframe Albert Perry without any consensus filter. Here are the raw facts stripped away from the out of Africa only lens. 1. A00 was discovered in South Carolina, not Africa. That is a fact. Whatever its ultimate origin, the first known sample ever identified became from the direct paternal line existing in the U.S. for many generations. Not Cameroon, not West Africa, not in the fossil in South Carolina. 2. A00 is the deepest Y chromosome branch ever recorded. Its split time, and regardless of mutation where you use, comes out older than every other Y haplogroup. That makes it older than A1B, lucky, not A0, A1B. So this shows A00 represents a lineage that thrived when many others didn't. And we would only know about that lineage if it was for South Carolina. There is nothing in the genetic data itself proving it originated from Africa. Mic drop. So if you could pause my time, let me go back to my debate.
All right, time pause.
Okay, you can start it now. First off, we have this dude lied multiple times. He said, I never showed the 2013 by Mendez. Isn't it an African-American paternal lineage adds extremely ancient root to human Y chromosome? Is this not Mendez? I began this with Mendez. So why is he lying to say I didn't show it? Why? Because he doesn't want you to know that it was Mendez that tells you that the basal lineage he said was in Africa was A1B, that they renamed to be A0. They never found A00 in Africa, so that's why he doesn't want to show you Mendez, nor consort that I showed you Mendez, because it doesn't help him with his narrative. So then we go back and thank you for reapplying over and over and over again that Bonnie led this research, because Bonnie led this research in 2011 when they were getting the clades in Africa, and they found all the A clades that existed in South Africa and East Africa, sharing the deepest lines. And even though they got all those genomes in the family tree DNA, again, this is the same database. He lied about that as well. This is not a different database. This is the same database that they found Albert Perry, and still it's unknown to them, even though a year prior they were already in Africa where they say it originates. So let's go to the end where everybody's questioning, okay, so where is Albert Perry really from? Let's start here. We're gonna go ahead and ask some questions, some scientific questions, and see if we can get some answers. Why does Perry's A00 sequence show such extreme divergence from the Africans? Why did they use only 240 kilobases? Why did they fully sequence? What is the current mutation rate assumptions for A00? And where did A00 come from? So when we see the core issues in the legacy of African-American genomes, we can see they went to the New York African Burial Ground and the Gullah Geechees people to go through 22 publicly accessible databases and have it reviewed. They show that their patterns when they're making guesses are showing 23% Senegambia, 18% maybe Upper Guinea, but over 30% of the participants didn't show any kind of mitochondrial haplogroup match to over 4,000 African mitochondrial groups. The African populations make up just less than 1% of the whole studies. And the largest African American group they had was only 8,000 individuals. The European Americans are 100,000 individuals. So this is affecting our database in two ways, they said. One, it's not enough African descendant genomes for a breadth of information and population studying by individuals to see what happens with mutations only hundreds years ago. And what would happen if the database was 90% African and only 10% of the other populations? We're not getting an exact view of how the genomic variations are happening over time. So we need to actually question this and see what we can do to start building our genomes based on specific populations. Here we have resolving the source branch length variation of the Y chromosome phylogeny. When we look at them studying as far as a non-African Y chromosome, haplogroup R1, B1, A2, A1, AT2B, and since their common ancestor, they're showing that there's significantly fewer mutations than they've seen identify on those Y chromosomes for even when they're the most divergent of them. They're saying that even though it's of a shorter length, they're seeing most of the actual variations and changes in mutation over time is happening on the Y and not happening on the mitochondria DNA. So why is it that an apparent Neanderthal lineage that should be coming from this particular lineage of human bases is 46% shorter than the Neanderthal lineage? Well, they were finding, as far as when it comes to the high coverage Y chromosome data set, that they were unable to see why the high divergence was happening by the full group instead of actually delineating down to the actual population that they needed to verify. When they say we use specific lineages through the population of delineation, we'll be able to get accurate changes in the mutation, and we'll be able to resolve the branch links to be able to compare and contrast the genomes. We see here, as far as when they talk about these molecular clock and mutation rates as well, it's saying when we're comparing the paternal origin to the maternal origin, and they study humans and chimpanzees, the most mutations are on the paternal in origin. So that means that we should be seeing the most changes that there will be on the Y chromosome. But we're seeing that there's not many changes or very slow change over time. So when we look at the ghost lineages in themselves and how we interpretate the introgression test, it shows the in-group introgression, or those in the same lineage, following lineage, shows the same kind of introgression and similar patterns that you would see when you're looking at ancient lineage or ancient DNA in a lineage. So it behaves the same. When we're looking at the autosomal DNA and how it's passed down between families in the in-group, and we look at ghost DNA and how that introgression is affecting the lineages, they both have similar patterns, which might mean perhaps maybe ghost ancient DNA is affecting autosomal and ancestry by your common ancestry.
9 minutes and 53 seconds.
Thank you. So we see, as far as these individuals, Alquist, Marabrunello, Funk, Lay, Rogue, Villanil, and Witt, again, another scientific journal saying the same exact things that I'm saying, called Our Tangled Fangled Tree and New Genomic Methods Offer Insight in the Legacy of Archaic Admixture. They say they have found innovative methods have solved the problems associated with the need of reference for outgroup data. They say we can detect or localize archaic segments without using African populations as the outgroup at all. We can use the ghost populations that are capable of detecting the archaic admixture and then localize the ancestry segments without relying on the archaic reference genomes. We can also look into the summary of the population genetic statistics when we delineate and go down to the smaller population and compare as far and contrast whether we have archaic introgression in those genomes, or if we see an absence of those archaic genomes altogether. An absence can tell us that specific human population may not be affected by that archaic group or that ancient DNA. So let's go back to the hypothesis that we start out in 1995. We start out with them saying we can use Y chromosome DNA polymorphisms to trace the paternal lineages for evolutionary and other studies. The independent Y chromosomes to be distinguished. Different populations often have been characterized different Y chromosomes. Their contributions or beliefs is the out of Africa model would predict the paternal ancestor recently living in Africa. Well, we know they were false with that, but let's question it another way. Can the Y haplogroup predict a paternal ancestor for all modern Y chromosomes by a person, and we know their origins by where they recently lived? We can take their tree showing evolutionary relationships of modern Y chromosome, use their origin root, and date their branch points that we know directly are aligned to them, and come up with where this origin comes from and where the origin of the Y DNA is originating. So we go into the out of Africa hypothesis, where they say that it would be less than 200,000 years. Of course, we know that was a lie as well. So before we get into actually testing that theory, let's just talk a little bit about the difference of a monophyletic group, which I'm suggesting the clade that we should take a look at, versus the paraphyletic and the polyphyletic. So a monophyletic group is a clade of group that consists of a common ancestor and all of the descendants of that ancestor. A paraphyletic group, which is what they are trying to suggest the Africans are, is a common ancestor and then some but not all descendants of the ancestor, as well as they suggest Africans are a polyphyletic group that have no common ancestry but have shared convergences that makes them have shared DNA. We're going to look at the monophyletic group, taking A00A, which, yes, I said that Albert Perry's DNA is included, but Sri Lanka isn't, but Mbo isn't. Then we can take his grandchild and his great-grandchild and look into their actual haplotypes and see what we find. So we see a direct haplotype in family tree DNA, the same family tree that Bonnie has all this Cameroon, all this Mbo DNA that he says, but here we have an actual haplogroup that is directly tied to Albert Perry and Albert Perry alone. And look at here, throughout the whole database of family tree DNA, of all the tests that they done in Cameroon, all the tests that they have done in West Africa, in South Africa, in East Africa, the only people in the database that are related to L1100 are coming from the United States. Again, as he showed you in his presentation, L1100
4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Okay, thank you. L1100 is the one that is related to Albert Perry, not these other African groups. So let's go to the other one. He showed this, another one directly related to Albert Perry, which we know is the oldest of the A00 and basal lineage of A00. Here we go. AFT 27, 24, 32, directly tying to Albert Perry. Yet we have this full database that he showed you. Not only Bonnie going to Africa in 2011, she went to Africa in 2017, in 2018. They took her research on in 2020, and they still are continuing the research in this day in family tree DNA. And yet the only people in the database that connect 2 Albert Perry's haplogroups are from the United States. Bingo, guys. We have an American haplogroup and an American origin to the Y haplogroup. They may have been wrong with attaching the out of Africa theory to it, but they messed up when they showed us that the Y haplogroup could show us the origins of civilization because it has, and it shows that it's in the United States. So then does the Chief Jonesy, I wanted to get into this. I don't even know if he's watching, but he said, shouldn't the archaeology match what the genomes are saying? Well, they've messed up because the genomes don't match up when they're out of Africa, but the archaeology is directly related to what we're saying about A00 being American. Before there was any Shumlanka rock settlement in New Mexico in 2021, they have found human footprints that shows that human activity was long in the Americas than they were willing to say prior. So now let's get to South Carolina, where this all starts and where this all will end, because we are starting to do more research as time goes on. And the South Carolina's most controversial archaeological site showing that civilization existed in the United States before any other civilization as early as 50,000 years ago. Stain has concluded that the pre-Clovis Topper symbol artifacts are indeed genuine, and that the small sample of the tools show microscopic evidence of human use in the form of edge polish, the smoothing of sharp edges via repetitive actions, showing etrodons, fracture lines, resulting in the contact with another object, and residue adhering of an artifact. It also shows edge damage, and more tools that have been found on the site and human deposits, showing that this pre-Clovis stone technology did exist, and civilization existed in North America long before it ever existed in Africa. And this civilization in North America is backed up by the genomes, because we see the earliest Y chromosome genome is also in North America. So that's where I will end.
Got a minute and 20 seconds.
Oh, that's fine. You saw, we can end there. You saw how he lied about what's connected, what I showed. I showed you that A1B is not A00, folks, and they were correct. Y haplogroup showed us the origin of humanity, and they showed us that humanity is in the United States.
All right, that'll conclude your round with 44 seconds left. We're gonna get into Lucky's 3-minute rebuttal, because he got a 3-minute rebuttal. So let's.
I'm not gonna play Lucky's rebuttal. I'm not even playing the rebuttals at all, because I don't want to hear any of that. The rebuttals. We just saw the presentations. She took to end her third round. I want to start backwards. To end her third round, she claimed that the Y chromosome where A00 was already found. Oh yeah, y'all go vote, because she like up 60% right now. So if y'all don't vote, you know what I'm saying? I dropped a link in the chat, but if y'all don't go vote, then Lucky don't know. So make sure y'all go over there and vote. And let me just keep it real. For those of you who haven't voted, or those of you who getting ready to vote, I'm gonna repeat myself. First of all, she tried to say that the oldest shit is found here. The origins of A00 is found in Africa. She brought up the site, and then she tried to run around the site, and then she played a game on everybody. She brought up the white sands which is in New Mexico. She brought up the footsteps that we've been talking about for years. Since 2018, we've been talking about these footprints found in white sands that belong to the people who inhabited the Americas first. There's no way on earth that you got footprints in white sands and you trying to tie that to Albert Perry. Albert Perry ain't always been here. Who is Albert Perry's parents? Where can his parents be found? His parents aren't found in, I'm going to get to that, Thomas. His parents can't be found in South Carolina, right? Why his parents ain't in South Carolina? Why they haven't found the DNA evidence on Albert Perry's parents? His parents. Why there's no one else in South Carolina with A00? Only him that have this specific haplotype. Why? Why would A00 only appear in Albert Perry and his grandson and his great-grandson, but ain't nobody else there? Got it? The first American president was a black. Kevin Cook trolling. So how do you come to that conclusion? Lucky did a good job by staying on the phylogenetic tree, showing you the evolution of A00, starting with the subclade. So he walks you all the way down and with proof, evidence, right? Sri Lanka, historical site. She couldn't get around that. Placed the origins there. Her only argument for origins was her third round. And in her third round, the evidence, well, the quote unquote information, I can't call it evidence. The information that she tried to use was white sands, Albert Perry's being found, and then some other stuff that I got to replay and go catch her back on and catch her up on. This is disingenuous as a debate. The debate topic was about the origins of A00. You telling me that we can go to Cameroon and find 18 individuals with A00, 2 of them who are alive living today, other ones from as far back as 8,000 years ago, but you can't do that in America? You don't have a site location where you're digging in the Americas and you don't find evidence for that? Are you serious? Man, she was off topic the first 2 rounds. And she was off topic the beginning of her third round. It wasn't until she changed gears and then she says, well, let's use ChatGPT. Ladies and gentlemen, even in the illogical argument, at the moment that she's using some type of version of ChatGPT, she still only put in the information that would be would give her a response in the search engine based on what she typed in it. We didn't see what she typed. But you best believe she can get her ass fact checked for sure. If everything was whitewashed, it ain't that hard to believe. Kelvin Cook, I don't know what you talking about, bro. I don't even know what you're talking about. If you rename for 4 times, what am I? Who renamed? What does renaming have to do with anything? It's the same data. No matter what, we can call it Joe Blow Schmo. No matter what you're talking about, period, point blank, no matter what you're talking about, it's the same data. The data didn't change. No matter the name, the data stayed the same. That's the tough part. So I do want to kind of pull up some of her information, but it ain't really my argument to actually have, because Lucky had the debate, so it is only right that he go back with the replay and he chump her down. And he chumped her down to the way that he want to chump her down to, and then it gets to where we kind of get to. Now, this is what's funny, because even though she mentioned the renaming, they rename the haplogroups all the time. My shit was a different haplogroup than showing EM180. It was L3. It went from L3 to EM180. I ain't had no hissy fit about the haplo renaming. That ain't got, it's the same data. That's the beauty of knowing that you can play the whole renaming game. It's the same data. No matter what, it's got to have a place of origin. South Carolina isn't a place of origin for A00. You know why? South Carolina never existed. South Carolina wasn't South Carolina until these Europeans established South Carolina. Since you want to play that game, White Sands is in New Mexico. That's a long ass way away from where Albert Perry was found. Albert Perry ain't 100 years old. His own children, who he comes from, said that he was freaking African. So at the end of the day, I don't understand what's going on with people when they sit here and they listen to that. You can't, bro, listen. You can't get around this. No matter. Look at the title. You've seen this all day. An African-American paternal lineage adds an extremely ancient root to the human Y chromosome phylogenetic tree. This is Mendez. This is what Lucky kept saying. Why you wasn't reading Mendez's work? She said, I was, yada, 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 yada. So when you go down and you looking at Mendez's work, and this is what Lucky did. He just said, you know what? F all of this, going through, trying to confuse people, and mentioning this and mentioning that. Mendez tell you everything you need to know. Why would Mendez show this map right here with the embo among the Cameroon? Why would he do that? Why would he show this? Everything that she's asking for, Mendez has in his article already. Look at that. African American, Imbo peoples. He's answering the question all throughout the article. Although we identified the A00 lineage in an African American, the unusual YSTR profile associates with this individual's Y chromosome allowed us to identify the same divergent lineage in a single ethnic group living in a small region of Western Cameroon. Interestingly, contrary to previous Y chromosome and mtDNA studies, we did not identify the most basal lineage in traditional hunter-gatherer populations such as the Khoisan or Pygmies. Rather, like the majority of the groups that now occupy sub-Saharan Africa, the Imbo are a Bantu-speaking population, given a large chastity expected in the genealogical process of single locus. We should not be surprised that Y chromosome genealogy does not match the current accepted phylogeneity of human populations of basis on genome-wide data, which show that the earliest divergent events evolved in the ancestors of an extent traditional hunter-gatherers. Given what we know about the coalescence process, the lack of dense sampling in sub-Saharan Africa has most likely contributed to the failure to identify more cases of an intercongruence between genealogical and population divergence. The large size of African Americans was critical for the discovery of A00, given its very low frequency estimated in sub-Saharan Africa. However, even in the large consumer-based African American data set examined highly biased representation of sub-Saharan Africans because it captures only genetic diversity inherited from ancestors living at a particular time and place. It is likely that a much richer understanding of the Y chromosome phylogenetic as well as the genetic variation in general would be achieved if more dense and even sampling were to be conducted across sub-Saharan Africa, especially given its high level of genetic diversity. Her own source is telling you that in 2013 that more work should be done in sub-Saharan Africa to answer more about this A00. Although the stochasticity nature of the evolutionary process can be explained aforementioned incongruences, the extreme age and rarity of A00 lineage to point to the possibility of a highly structured ancestral population consistent with recent work of autosomes. This could take into a long-standing population structure of AMH populations or archaic introgression from the archaic form into the ancestors of AMHs. Interestingly, the Imbo lives less than 800 kilometers away from a Nigerian site known as Iwo Eleru. This is another site, ladies and gentlemen, that I have not mentioned to people that I've conversed with. The reason that I have not mentioned this is because if you read Spills of the Masi volume, I think it's in volume 1, it could be in volume 2. But if you read one of those volumes, I mentioned it here. Why did I mention this here? Because we was looking for evidence of people in West Africa during a time that Egypt was supposed to be thriving as one of the greatest civilizations as we know, or becoming to be that. Okay, it is Iwo Eleru where human skeletal remains from both archaic and modern features were found, dated 13,000 years ago. So I think y'all might have heard me mention this before about Shumlaka being around, 8,000 years, and then this other one is 13,000 years. So for everybody that's unfamiliar with this, we're gonna pull this up again. This is why I try to stay out of debate. Lucky didn't come from me. He didn't come to me about nothing. He didn't come to me and ask me no questions. He did his own research. He got his own stuff together. If there was sources, he already knew where to get sources from. Because I've done shows, not a coincidence, done shows. He already had this information. All right, so I'm gonna pull up this site real quick for y'all. I'm just gonna go on a wiki. Just so, because maybe if I do this, then y'all will start to remember. So, Iwo Eleru is an archaeological site in a rock shelter that features later Stone Age artifacts during the Pleistocene and Holocene transition, which is located in Forest Savannah village of Izerun in Ondo State in Nigeria. The site was initially discovered by Chief Officer Ekerdolu in 61 during a large-scale survey on the hilly landscape in the town of Ekeru in Ondo State, Nigeria. The name was formerly commonly known as Iwo Eleru, but the correct name is regarded as the Iho Eleru or Iho Eleru, which means cave of ashes. The cave of ashes skull is a notable archaeological discovery from the site, which dates to approximately 13,000 years old. It may be evidence of modern humans possessing possible archaic human admixture or a late persisting early modern human. Okay, so now y'all got the gist of that. So let's do this. Let's go back and let me pull up. Do I get my source from the book saved? Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can find my source. 1 second, and then I'm gonna share my screen. This ain't it, but I'm gonna show it anyway. So, Iwo Eleru's place among late Pleistocene and early Holocene populations of North and East Africa. So, Ilo's site in Nigeria, yada yada yada. Fossils from the tropical West Africa. The peoples of this region contributed to significant population movements throughout the continent during the Holocene. So this article goes in and just basically speaking about what we already talked about, but then this also includes East Africa. Excuse me. I'm trying to find y'all my article, so hold on one second. You know what? I'm just gonna go here and fuck F it. She did a fantastic job at nothing. Yes, Schoenlacher A00 is the oldest form of A00. Schoenlacher is the oldest site. It exists before Albert Perry. Yeah, you can. I don't like using Chat GPT for anything because it just summarizes whatever it can find based on the subject matter. Which means if I write an article and you write an article and it gets shared enough that Chat GPT will find that article and use a summation of the article you wrote and I wrote, and whatever else information on the subject matter is out there, and present it as such. So, Iwele Rusco, mysterious human fossil found in Nigeria, concealed deep in Nigerian rock shelter, discovery rested quietly upon a pillar of human evolution. The story of Iwele Rusco, an uncommodating 13,000-year-old artifact, unfolds. Its presence shatters the titty chronology of our species' evolution. The remainder of the world occupied modern humans, but West African individuals had, right here, archaic, ancient characteristics. Igbo, just like Schoenlacher, are significant. Y'all remember this picture? I think I done showed this before. I done showed it before. You know what I'm saying? So this article right here is more up to date. This article is written this year, to be exact. And it just goes back into information that has been out for quite some time about this site, right? So you got other sites that are producing information to substantiate it, but Iwo facts. Look, science often turns to DNA to solve mysteries, much like it did with the Novacins. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Despite numerous attempts, researchers have been unable to retrieve any usable DNA from the Iwo bones. This creates a profound silence on the heart of the mystery. So they still got to continue to work toward that to be able to answer it. But that's what I'm saying. When they get an answer, you're going to see it's going to sound a lot like Schoenlacher. Watch. But I wanted to show y'all that because that's going to be the next hot topic right there that's going to put her out of place. Let me go back to the source because I don't know why y'all arguing with dude in the chat. Like, don't argue with dude, bro. Don't argue with the original one at all. It's still DNA straight out of Cameroon. No, it's not the old. Yeah, who claimed for it to be the oldest? It's A00 origins are in Africa. Her main source that she used says that. Look at how many. Look at this chart. If you know how to read this chart, look at this chart. It's telling you. The majority of the groups now occupy sub-Saharan Africa. The Mbo are the Bantus. I mean, we just read all of this earlier, bro. The Mbo, it goes back to that. If you know what, you ain't even got to do any of that. Just do this. Roots and recombinant DNA. A00 Cameroon Research Project compares Y-DNA story. Look at how it's titled. A00 Cameroon Research Project and Paris Y-DNA story. Dear friends, please join us. Groundbreaking efforts of the A00 Cameroon Research Project seeks to continue DNA samples and yada, 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 yada. I'm going to tell you more about a wonderful grassroots endeavor, but as soon as you're done, please consider helping the A00. As an African-American male with ancestral roots, look at this, in both South Carolina, where Y-DNA haplogroup A00 was first discovered, in Cameroon, included in 2 genetic relatives of the Dula people, as well as my largest ancestry DNA ethnicity admixture component assigned Cameroon up to 40%. I'm proud to support this game-changer research. So why is A00 product critically important, and so why is it and so worth your support? Y-DNA haplogroup A00 represents the oldest branch of human males in history, and finding a divergent branch of A00 or maybe even more of a basal haplogroup would allow a better determination of the age currently and the origins. The discovery added a completely new branch of Y-DNA family and changed scientists knew about the existence. Perry story. It goes into all of that right here. Now this is old, y'all. This ain't new. When this project came about, is old. You see, didn't you see this in her presentation? Didn't you see this in her presentation? Apparently, she found a picture, but she didn't read the shit. Jacqueline Johnson, unidentified male's cousins, Y-DNA mutations seem to be older than current estimates for the age of anatomically modern humans. For example, Y-DNA haplogroup A, also known as Y chromosome Adam, is the father of all human males and is estimated to be around 254 YBP, according to Mendez's research, which I just showed you in 2013. However, Y chromosome Adam's descendant, let me zoom in. Let me make sure y'all can see this shit. Let me make sure y'all can see this real good. You believe everything you read? No, I don't believe everything I read. I don't believe everything that I read. I research to know. So in order to know the argument, you got to know where the shit's coming from, buddy. So, so again, however, Y chromosome Adam's descendant A00 seems much older than 254. So they already telling you, right, that Y chromosome Adam's descendant A00 is a descendant, right? And it says place the age of A00 at 208 YBP, and dated it between 192 to 300,000 years old. This also means that Y chromosome Adam is even older than once thought. While A00's age may be subject to debate, it is clearly the most ancient divergent Y-DNA haplogroup yet discovered, and it was found in Jacqueline Johnson's male cousin from South Carolina. Johnson traced her unidentified male cousin's earliest known direct paternal forefather to a former slave named Albert Perry. He lived in Chester and York, South Carolina, first appearing in the census in 1870. Just after 5 years of Civil War and emancipation slavery, Perry is the first known historical patrilineal ancestor of Y-DNA haplogroup A00. The haplotype has come to be known as Perry's Y. And this is the census with Albert Perry on there. You can see it highlighted in yellow. Perry Albert. There you go. So, dude said, do we believe everything we read? No. You would be retarded to do that. That's why you have to cross-reference it. So anyway, the A00 project was born out of a trailblazing work by a few people, all whose dedicated efforts to lead the discovery of Perry's Y-DNA haplogroup A00. In a particular, Shrek and Forker went on a mission to find indigenous men from Africa who had the same mutations as Perry's Y. They hit pay dirt when Perry's mutation turned up in what? Genetic data of 11 Imbo males out of a sample of 174 in Western Cameroon. Track says the scientists were able to compare the values of 6 of the YSTRs commonly tested for genealogical data, test pairs Y-DNA results to a database at an academic institution, and was able to determine that this haplotype is similar to the 11 samples from the Imbo individuals. A Bantu-speaking population from Western Cameroon. It is worthy to note that Thomas Crane obtained samples from colleagues in the UK. Matthew Forker and his had sent them earlier, and which were later confirmed to be A00. Crane also calculated that the date of A00 split from the other groups and helped to get this game-changing information published in major journals. Here is the peer review published by Team in 2013. Where y'all think this is gonna take us to? Just click on it. Where y'all think it's gonna take us to? We ain't even have to argue with nobody. Lucky didn't have to go over there and debate nobody. Kevin Cook is just talking. That boy he doing his little 1-2 in the chat. Oops, my bad. Y'all can't see the article. Let me go back. All right, by 2015, the A00 researchers reported the highest concentration of A00 was found in the Bangwa males, 27 out of 67 samples positive for A00, and that they are the separate subgroup of the Imbo A00 samples. Let me pause real quick. Dude in the chat said you believe anything that anybody say. So tell me, why should we believe that A00 is even found in America? Why would A00 be that significant? There's no Negroes in America. All the genetic evidence said that predate 1492. All of that. There's the Spirit Cave mummy, the Minnesota woman discovered, Anzic 1 and 2. Up there in Oregon, there's a site. The fossilized records in New Mexico. I mean, like none of this stuff have put black people in America. If they're finding DNA for everything else around here, why come they ain't got A00 in America as its origin? She went on a whole spiel to talk about the why. We were talking about the why. We weren't talking about. We were talking about. Let's just keep it simple. We were talking about the male, right? We were not talking about the female. You seen, I think it was Kevin Troy initially had posted in the chat that the America's A is on the woman's side. It's not on the male side. It's on the woman's side. And she was trying to use that to argue it, to confuse everybody. Once again, A00 seeks to raise awareness, continue to research that could rewrite the theories about evolution in modern humans. According to Monty Shrek, the team was able to successfully sample the Bangwa, Imbo, Bamalinke tribes and host a third trip to sample of the Bayang and the Ijagam people of Western Cameroon. The team is currently planning on in 2017. Some other stuff is going on. They're trying to do the Pygmy, the Baka, the Gele, Bakola, and the Bidzan. Here we go. Here you go. Get your feet wet. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about, bruh. Ain't nobody, they got a whole research project out for this shit. And this is old. We were sharing this in 2016. Trying to read the chat. Who's an Indian, Kevin? Who's an Indian? Kevin Cook. You not an Indian? How the fuck is you an Indian? How is you an Indian, bro? Hmm? How was you? Tell me how you were Indian. Why you arguing for A00 if you were Indian? You said no. I don't believe everything I read. No, I don't believe everything I read. Dude said that came from your photo album. Prove it. Prove it came from my photo album. Prove you Indian. Prove A00 come from America. Prove it. Hit the link. You're gonna need a source. You're gonna need a source. What up, going?
No, man, I was laughing, bro. He basically tried to insult you. Like, oh, you believe everything you read? Like, you gonna be like, yeah, hell yeah, I believe it. You get what I'm saying? That's why I
Right.
bust out laughing, like, and you said it so goddamn car, like, no, nigga, I don't believe everything I fucking read. That's what I was getting at. You know what? That's what I was
Yeah.
laughing at. Like you were gonna be like, yeah, nigga, I read, I believe everything I read. No,
Right.
nigga.
Shit, I believe Jesus walked on
I
water.
got
Then
my own brain.
exactly.
Huh?
I said, then I believe Jesus walked on water. I believe the Bible to
Right.
be true and exact.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, no, nigga, I got my own brain. Like, he basically trying to insult you. You get what I'm saying? Trying to be
Yeah.
witty, but you right with his ass. That's what I was just
I
commenting
already
about.
know. I already know what you were over there.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna jump off, bro. I just had to say that.
Nah, bro, you good, man. You stay on that.
Okay, I'm going on mute.
You good. You stay right there. We talk, man. You can talk. Shit. What you think about the debate? What's your take?
I, I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know what the hell that one was talking about, bro.
This nigga said I was gonna be.
I did. I mean, I know Lucky. I be watching his show every morning because nigga just be chilling at the job. But
Yeah.
she went to talk about the damn ghost gene. But what I think what did it for me was it was the science is wrong. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. She tried to play authoritative.
yeah, like you don't trust science type shit. You get what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
like, how the hell can you make that call? Like, and she did have a command of her presentation. You know what, man, you've been doing this shit long enough. Like,
Yeah.
she was she was just fucking just talking to seem like she had command, but like I'm like, damn sister, what you talking about? It didn't make no sense. It wasn't coherent.
Nah.
Then she went back talking about Sri Lanka. Then she jumped back off the topic. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah, she was like five or six different places.
yeah, right. Then she went to talk about the damn ghost gene, and I'm like,
She didn't have a command of that. I don't think she knew how Lucky was gonna present. And Lucky did right. He said, I ain't gonna argue with you. He go to origins. This came from that. So before you do anything else, you got to deal with the fact that this came from that. I don't have to deal with that. I'm not the one making the claim. You made the claim.
yeah,
So you gotta provide. You gotta put Albert Perry in America. Okay, cool. You put Albert Perry in America. But what about the origins of Albert Perry? You put Albert Perry here. Everybody agree with you. We know of Albert Perry because his family took a test.
see,
They took a test.
that's how he was discovered. Wow. Yeah, see, I ain't man. You know, bro. When it comes to like the genetics and shit, that's my I ain't strong in that. So
You ain't gotta
I
be,
pretty
bro.
much
You just need to
I
know
know
a
pretty
little bit.
much I pretty much listen, but me knowing a coherent conversation, nah, she wasn't. I was just like she was all over the place. Like she didn't even stick to the topic. like I say, especially when she went to the Ghost Gene. I'm like, how the hell the damn Ghost Gene get in this conversation?
She didn't understand that though. She don't
Yeah.
understand the Ghost Gene. Like
Then she was like,
that comes from like not knowing.
did she make the statement that the mapping out the genome was wrong? Like, how the hell you know that? God damn.
Yeah, she said the Genome Project. Boy, that right there was hilarious because you're right. How do she know that? And then Ross said when she went to the White Stones footprints, yeah, it was definitely. Kelvin said Trump knows who you are. I can't be deported. So you explaining this too? Hey man, have a nice day, bro. I mean, I try to get you to come up here and talk, bro, but I don't even know what you on, bro. You know what? I ain't even gonna kick you out. I'm just gonna time you out for about 5 minutes, bro. I mean, cause I gave you the link to come up here, and you just saying the dumbass shit you saying, bro. Ain't nobody got time for that shit.
So we just, I mean,
Oh, hold up, goddamn it, shit. Special guest in the bed. We got to yield the flow. How you feeling, Lucky?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. I see they over there licking wounds.
Oh yeah. What the poll end up being?
It was they gave us, I think she won 54, 44.
Oh, no, she
Or
lost. That's a
yeah,
L.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
a
of
L.
course. Yeah, I
That's
got
a
44% of the vote though.
if that's a L. She got a hold of that. Anytime y'all go over there and get 40%, it's a L. Bruh, it's the channel bias.
yeah.
Everybody in there voting against you because you Pan African.
What's up, look?
What's up with your goon? Salute to you.
Appreciate the same to you. I was just really just telling Sean, just, I don't know, man. That shit just, I don't know. I don't want to put my biases on it. You get what I'm saying? Like I was telling Sean, that ain't my strong suit. Like that ain't my interest. Like the
Okay,
DNA.
Lucky here though, Ogun. So let's just do this. Let's critique Lucky, right? We ain't even got to talk about her right now. Tell me what you liked or what you disliked.
Well, we're lucky. He just went straight to the point though. You feel me? So it wasn't. He didn't go to talk about no damn
Hello?
gold gene, and he
What up,
showed.
Mika? Hold on.
Okay. I just wanted to congratulate him. You did a great job. The information was on top. Y'all both were strong. So, you know.
Nah, she thought she was smarter than the
Yo,
science.
she was confident in what she was saying. And I'm just saying how the debate went. It went pretty well. But we going on the facts, we going on the information, and you did great.
Well, I
That's all.
appreciate that, sister. I appreciate that.
All right.
Go to bed, Miko.
Man, bro, like for
Funny.
real. So now go back, Ogun. You were saying, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead. I got a
Nah,
couple things.
shit. Mika explained it well. Yeah, like the debate was cool. You feel me? It was real organized. It just, man, that shit. It should have been on a neutral channel, bro. I think that's what it was for me. Cause I don't like that bias shit. Yeah, like, but I don't know who channel it could have been on. Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely not my channel. I don't even want them niggas over there on my shit, boy. Hell nah. Fuck that. I can't.
All right, I'm gonna
Y'all
give
some
you.
strong soldiers. My bad. All right.
I'm gonna give you my 1-2. This is my 1-2. I was mad at you, Lucky, because you should have had them clips in the presentation form where you get while you in your presentation, you could have, you know what I mean, played them as you go. Even if you would have got it in the AI shit, if it would have been dope, if you would have fitted inside of that, right? Because I knew you had a command of the subject. That wasn't gonna be no question because you can comprehend. And you smart enough to go further than a basic motherfucker gonna go on the subject matter. So I wasn't worried about none of that. Um, I think I think you did really well teaching about the phylogenetic tree and then and demonstrating where Albert Perry falls on that tree. I think you did really, 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 really good at honing in on that. Um, she was off subject much of the first 2 rounds until you forced her to go somewhere. But even when you forced her to go somewhere, where she wanted to go is to speak from an authoritative position, as if she had a total command of the subject and like she was in a lab. Well, however, we knew that once you brought the tree up, she never went to the direction of the tree. She even conceded that you was right about a couple of things, something that she should have never said in the middle of a debate, but she did. She said, "Oh, he was right about this, and he was right about this." But she would never concede that where you corrected her ass at, she wouldn't concede those when you use that information. So I think nailing it down, you got an A+ on nailing it down because you didn't move off the topic, and she didn't have no backup. So every round was about you nailing the point down. Here's where Albert Perry is on the tree. Here's where he comes from. He's a descendant. And I don't think that she properly understood that in layman's terms, A00, or what we call today Perry's Y, is a descendant of someone from Cameroon. His origins ain't here. First round, it was over. So really, I wanted you to build your argument from when the research began, like, because you know this shit. So when they began looking into shit, right? Way before we get to Perry, you already knew that they had been in these locations, and they were already looking and going through certain situations with stuff, and you could speak to that, and then you build it up to that. Because the reason why I say that, because if you just start at the earliest research, and if you start at a particular location and then walked everybody up until somebody run into Perry, and then they start answering questions about, this.
Yeah, close all together. Yeah, I see what you said.
Yeah. You don't give her no wiggle room, because now you got her in a container, right? Because she can't do that same shit. She got to start at Albert Perry. You feel me?
No, I get what you're saying. You right though. You definitely right.
You don't start. You not starting at Albert Perry because you already got the latest data. You already know that it's somebody that he descends from. So I just think that if you would have walked it that way, either way, man. I mean, you still, based on the evidence, you prove the origins was not in America. Now, people gonna choose sides, and that's what these things do. They create these biases and things like that. But if I'm critiquing anything, man, I just think that's the case. I think you did a hell of a job, though, reiterating the point. You did a damn good job on that. She was all over the place. I couldn't even really keep up. I just threw my pen down and said, you know what, I'm not taking no notes. I started out trying to take notes because I was going to sit here and I was just going to clip her and catch her. But she was, man, the hap map, what the fuck that got to do with the origins?
Yo, Sean, for like the first, I ain't gonna lie to you, her whole first round had nothing. When I seen her pull up Swarthy and she started talking about Darwinism, I said, yo, she like Darwin is, first of all, yeah, maybe Darwin had his little fake genetic tree, but Darwin was a pseudoscientist. Stop using Darwin.
Fuck that.
Yeah, don't say that. I'm gonna pop up on this.
I'm just being honest, man.
I'm gonna rewatch it.
Yeah, they all were at that time. But the only thing that came out of Darwin versus anything else was the fact that natural selection was such a significance, because a whole, biology, a whole field of science is built on natural selection, and that ushers in because of Darwin going and getting his observations because an African told him what the fuck to go look at. But that's neither here nor there. But yeah, the foundation of microbiology is built off of Darwin's perspective on natural selection, and it ended up him not being right. I mean, him having a lot of pushback earlier on but him being right later on after he died about that. But there was other things. You're right. I think all naturalists at some point was pseudo.
Yeah, so they give him credit for the shit he got right. I feel that. I ain't trying to, but I'm just saying for her
Nah, that's
angle.
it.
For
I ain't giving them nothing else. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. He was.
yeah, I
He
can
was.
see that. I can see them giving him credit for that. But yeah, he definitely pseudo. But they go to him for the angle of like, oh, Darwin bad, so you tied to Darwin, so you bad. You know what I'm saying? Like the most basic,
Yeah.
lowbrow stuff.
Was
So
cousin.
I'm right, and it's like right, they don't even know his cousin. They don't even get that far down the line.
Yeah, they just
But I'm
blame it
sitting
on.
up here, I'm listening to her lie. She said the A00 the AB9487. She said that was the Sri Lanka remains. When I showed before she even pulled that up, that those was two, there was 11 samples, and two of
Yeah.
those was from the Imbo people.
Mm-hmm.
And she trying to tell them it was the Sri Lanka remains. I'm like, bro, I showed you in the middle of the debate you lied, and then she gonna talk about I lied because I said she didn't show the research article. She didn't. She showed a screenshot of the article.
She did, and she did it again. She went back and showed a screenshot of the article. That's why I already had the article that I knew that she was gonna run to. I already had that in the description of the video, and then of course, but that also was an indicator that you was right about that because you called out on there. You're like you wasn't talking about certain shit until over there on my channel, Sean dropping them. You called out on that shit because man, she
I
ain't looking
seen
at that. Look at the whole. So think about this, and we got not a coincidence on the panel. I'm gonna say this real quick for you follow up, Lucky. Think about this. The science, we had all of that. What she showed, we didn't even care about none of that. The help map, bro, a lot of that stuff she was talking about it had nothing to do with no origins. We talking about the origin of this man who got parents. That's what we talking about. So if we dealing with all of that, and that's the vocal point of the all you try to create this gap. And she gonna continue to do it, but this gap to just try to separate science and then say we can't trust the science. We gonna develop our own science. That's pseudo as fuck. What up, next?
Yo, 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 what's good?
What's up, man? What you got,
What's-
man? What you got for Lucky, man? He here, man.
Nah, I think Lucky did a good job. He was on top of his rebuttals. He displayed the information like he was supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Um, which is crazy though, that none of them was paying attention, and they wanted to vote in the first round. In the introduction, they wanted to vote. You know what I'm saying? So, but we expected nothing more than that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. What could he have
Word, that's
done
it,
better?
crazy.
What you think he could have done better in your opinion?
Um, Let me think. I think maybe if so there was some confusion with I see with the with how they had the Sri Lanka remains, and they talking about they had it already and then they renamed it.
Mm-hmm.
I think he should have explained that a little bit more detail. He talked about it, but he didn't if he would explain in more detail, but I don't think they would have got it anyway, because
Nah,
that's what I'm here. Because I was just talking to Sachi, and that was his main point. That old Dosey showed that they renamed the one from Sri Lanka to A00 after the fact type shit. You know what I'm saying?
is it not the
So
same
that's
science though? That was my point. It's the
But
same.
yeah,
that's
We're talking about the same data,
but even
regardless
then
of.
that's
yeah.
incorrect because they did the same thing with Albert Paris. They
Yep.
had to create A00, but A00 was created up out of the fact that they had to come up out of the A1B. They already had left up out the A1B and had went to AOT. So it's like I did
No,
mention it,
no, I understand it. I understand it, but I think that if you would just spent more time on that, you know what I'm saying?
right,
You're
right,
not
right.
gonna know. You're not gonna know what they're gonna try to pick out of the debate to say, "Oh, that's the I got you" moment. But that's what I'm seeing right now, just from what Sachi was saying. You know what I'm saying?
But
Is
even in
that's
your
the part that they
conversation
trying
with
to dwell
Sachi,
on.
I heard Sachi mention that I showed that Shum Lanka had A00 that was older. So why did he even? So what was the point? The
No, you know
conversation
what he was
wasn't about
saying?
Albert Perry.
He's saying that it's not A00 because it says he said it's A00 star because it had an asterisk above it
He don't
next
know
to
what
it.
the ass is for.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I'm like, bro, you don't know what the asterisk for. Like he don't know what the fuck is going on. Like dead ass. That's what he's like. It's not A00. It's A00 star. Like first of all, it's not a star. It's an asterisk. It's an asterisk. You know what I'm saying?
He's
And
telling
they
you
just
something.
yeah, it's telling you something. You need to find out what it's telling you and not just make assumptions saying it's not A00. And then I went on to tell him like Albert Perry's not A00 then neither because he's A00A.
Yep.
So what's your point?
He's really AAAAL1087 or some shit like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like some
But it's
long
like
ass shit.
yeah, because each number of letters is a mutation. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they trace it. They go back, but they don't know what the fuck going on to begin with. You know what I'm saying? I think Lucky did a good job to anybody who is scientifically a little bit literate. Them niggas is just retards. That's it. Word. And they was double profiling it.
Oh my goodness. You know what's going on. And they was I seen they was blocking niggas in the chat. Like, come on, man. Bad behavior. These niggas, they sore losers.
Word. Then I'm talking to so I'm like, yo, so when did she prove that it was from America? Oh, she didn't have to do that. Yes, she did. They both had jobs. Lucky was supposed to prove it's from Africa. She's supposed to prove it's from America. When did she do that? Like,
She,
what point of debate did she do that? Can somebody help me?
nah, I ain't answering that, but I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro.
Or
She
when did she even try to
did
prove
so.
that?
Yeah, the late third round, the mid to late third round, when she start talking about Chat GPT, but then that's gonna be
God.
biased because we don't know what she searched.
And did
So
you?
when
We seen the question. She said the question was um something
hold on, I
about
got a
the
screenshot
first
of that.
sample. Yeah, read the question
Hold on, I got a
because
screenshot.
that shit was a
Yo,
biased ass question. You're not gonna
yo,
get. It's like yo, this shit was crazy, bro.
hold up,
She's
man.
a professional liar, yo.
I gotta go back and get the question. I seen Nak had said that I screenshotted what Nak said, right? And then when I went to go screenshot what she said, the answer said that is a fact to the question that Nak put in the chat. Then it said, whatever is the ultimate origin, the first known sample ever found was in the Americas.
Yeah, she asked about the first known sample. Like, we're not talking about the first known sample. We talk about where's the oldest mutation from.
And ChatGPT was actually saying whatever its ultimate origin is, basically saying, yes, it's not America. Like, nigga, you
Yes,
Yeah,
really
this
answer.
shit.
it is, it did. And that what was funny to me is because I'm like, why is she doing this to herself? And she conceded a couple of times. Then she was like, well, he already proved my point. Like, wait a minute, what? What point
That
did
shit
you
was crazy.
like, yo, you tripping? She think we stupid, bro. Like for real. Well, I don't know. She knows she
She
talking.
bringing up papers calling him an African American. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Still saying African.
word. Like, what?
She killed you, Lucky, when she brought up the white sand footprints.
Oh my god. At 23,000
Yo,
years old.
23,000 years, bro.
talk
So,
about yeah. See, we had
he
older
already was here.
civilization.
How the
That
fuck?
shit had nothing. Like, what the fuck that got to do with the debate?
Facts.
What did
Like, let's be
mitochondrial
for real.
DNA? She was talking about
Mm.
mitochondrial DNA and fucking all of
She
this
went. She was
pseudo.
talking about autosomal DNA for a second too. Like, what the fuck that got to do with the shit? I said that in the chat. Like, what the fuck? She bringing up papers from '07, '11. Like,
Nah, she killed
this.
you, Mac. Nah, she brought up a 1995 article, bro. Opinion paper, bro.
Yo, you cannot make this shit up, man.
Oh my god.
I said,
No,
what
she
in the entire fuck is she showing right now, bro?
You cannot make this shit up. I'm like, are they even paying attention? YK was in the chat too going hard. Like, like that shit crazy.
Now, to me though, that shit, I think I did. I think I did enough. But if I would be to say like, yeah, I will agree with Sean. I could have dressed it up all the way. I could have went from point A all the way to point B. But I noticed that she wasn't showing nothing, so I just started
Nah, but
focusing on one thing.
yeah, but
I
that's
was just like, I'm gonna
cool.
do it at home.
That's
Yo,
cool. And that's when
I
you
know
know
she
you're in the
be
middle of
cheating
a
on her
debate.
man. Cause she's a
Nah,
good liar. I know she be cheating on her man.
this
Cause
nigga
she's
that
a
crazy.
for real. Like that's a I don't want to call her a bitch, but that's a bitch you got to fuck up. Cause she's a liar. Like you
Yeah,
got to get the fuck out my face, bitch. Like nah, I
no,
know she's a cheater.
I know she a good liar. Nah,
Word.
on some real shit though, man. Like I know what you was thinking, Lucky. You was like, nah, she ain't showing shit. So this shit over with. I ain't finna just keep wasting my time trying to educate some stupid motherfuckers I know in the chat. But you gotta remember, right? Like I told Nat, like before his debates, I said, remember, and YK, I kept saying, remember, it's a teaching moment. The science settled. So you gotta use we gotta use those opportunities just to teach people what it is that you learn. Remember, it's each one teach one. So as good as of an opportunity as it was to just be like, you know what, this heifer ain't got no information. I'm just gonna focus on just debunking her the rest of the debate. As you still gotta remember the audience don't know. Because I guarantee you there was something in there that you presented that some people ain't never seen before or even knew how to read. You see what I'm saying? Like, think about that. You went to the wiki article on these fools, knowing that only so many people will actually read the article and go down to the exact spot where it says what you said when you went to the wiki article. And then to turn around and use the tree. Oh, they know what a phylogenetic tree is, but they don't know if they're reading it accurately because they seeing these numbers and they don't understand what these numbers mean. Just like Sachi, he had no idea what the asterisk meant. He never seen it before because they don't do that. They're surface level. So they wanna misconstrue the information and confuse people about something. That's why that's why I was like, your chronology would have killed them even further because it would have been your teaching moment. Your debate was, yes, the debate was over in the first round. Is there anyone on the panel who disagreed that the debate was over in the first round? And you went first. That was crazy. Anybody disagree? Y'all on mute.
Nah, I definitely feel like it was a first round knockout. That's why she ain't had. That's why she didn't. She put. I feel like she put all her stuff up to the back.
She didn't know how you were gonna argue. But soon, like you said, bro, when she brought up the Webster's dictionary, when she pulled that up, I was like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. Then when she's Darwin, all of this irrelevant shit, she brought it up. She started talking about black people was here and and Lucky don't know what he's saying. I was like,
Oh my
what
god,
the
that first round was crazy. Yeah, when she talking about the Indians, I don't know what the hell. What was that?
bro? I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't think she know, bro.
That was
I
that
really
appealing to the crowd though.
well, you knew she was gonna do that. You knew she was
Well, she know her crowd, man. What they y'all ain't checked to see what they was talking about on back channel?
no,
Fake ass after party debate.
no. Hell no. I don't need none of that, bro. Listen, all I needed was her talking. That was it. And Lucky talking. I ain't want no question and answers because I already know she gonna evade whatever the fuck Lucky had to say. She wasn't gonna answer it.
Well, she
Cause
did.
she don't know, bro. And I'm tired of that. Like quit wasting good people time, man, when you stupid. You stupid. There ain't no reason for you to be doing that, bro. It's crazy.
But if that was a paid debate, it would have been like 80-20, bro. Word. You know, they give away mad tickets and all that shit. It was close. Word. And you did a good job, Lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah, I ain't think it was gonna be as close as it was. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Or because it was mad apples in that chat.
that's what I'm saying. It
It
don't
was
even matter.
flooded.
They got way more pages than we got, bro. These
Word.
That's a fact, bro.
they ain't, bro. They ain't no way, bro. You know what I'm saying? If they gonna make her feel good about something, it's gonna be that. It was at
You
this
know,
point she died.
you know who I know it is.
Yeah.
It was A1. The
Well,
after party, hey bro, the after party crazy. Chief over there selling out. OTK over there, all the crackheads. So I'm gonna do my reaction tomorrow. I ain't even going over there. They was
Oh,
12
I didn't
deep in
even know
smoke,
Mika
nigga.
was up here. What's up, Mika?
yeah, she over being quiet.
Yeah.
She know what to do. Come in here and
But
sit
you
down.
doing the reaction tomorrow, Lucky?
Yeah, because I already see they wasn't
You
gonna
have
let
to break
nobody.
it up, though, Lucky. You have to break it up, like you said you was gonna do anyway. Like the whole week. Just give it the whole
Yeah.
bit
Yep.
by bit. You know what I'm saying? Comb through her. Don't even show your side. Just comb through her argument. Comb through her argument. Like, you know what I mean? Just take your time and then deal with it. Point out her inconsistencies, bro. Cause ain't no fucking way she pulling up. Hold on, let me. When you pulled up the nature study, it was over. I said, man, it's over. You went straight to show. That's why I said your chronology. That was really all. This heifer pulled up some shit, try to make herself seem like she was a scientist, bro.
You heard her say she was finna do a peer review. How you gonna do a peer review?
Yeah, that's what she told her.
Who are you a peer of?
She said, uh, "We're gonna challenge the peer review process. We're gonna ask scientific questions." Then she brought up Mark Catchby. I said, "What the fuck? This nigga gotta do it any motherfucking thing." I was like, "Bro, what the fuck?"
I said 16. Like, yo, you went all the way back to the 1600s with this shit, fam. What is you doing?
She went up and pulled Mark Catchby, and I tried to understand why the fuck is Mark Catchby. I could never tie. I never understood the relevancy. Then society database. And I'm like, what the fuck that got to do with it? It's talking about what Mark Catchby said he saw. What the man?
And
That
it,
don't mean shit.
it was like every time she went off topic, which was most of the debate, they was like, "Yeah, she's cooking." Like, no, she's not even. She's not even on topic, bro. Like, what the fuck?
And
Right.
then yo,
Like,
I see
if you add it up, if you add up the whole time, it was probably like 3-4 minutes in total. She was on topic, bro.
facts.
Like, seriously.
You being nice.
I think I am being a little nice because before I was saying like 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes.
And it was
But
all at the end, like Sean said in the third round.
Third round, bro. She gave
Nah,
us
that shit
that
crazy.
shit.
her best effort. Lucky caught us slipping. She gave us her best effort.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm be honest with you. I really thought she would do better than that. I thought she would come with some like into Africa shit. I thought she'd like try anything. Cause they was like, man, they wasn't on nothing.
Nah, she did exactly what I thought, bro. Fuck that shit. I didn't think she was gonna do no better because there is no information for her to do better.
So you just
Just
felt
like
like
when
she was
she
gonna come in
lied.
and pump fake.
Yes, and that's exactly what she did. Just like when you caught her lying about the sample that was from the living person, but she was trying to say it was from the dead person. Like I
Mm.
knew she would do shit like that. Like that was pitiful. Only thing I would have said about that is when you were showing them papers, you need to zoom in more on the words so they can read the words themselves. You know what I'm
Oh, it
saying?
wasn't zoomed in. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't zoomed in. Like you'll see when you watch it back, it was, you know what I'm saying, it looked like from a distance. You had to really, I had to zoom in on my phone to see it. But I already
That's
knew what the
what
shit said, you know what I'm saying? But still.
that's why I was doing the OBS. I had it set up with OBS at first, but then it wasn't playing the audio. Like I had all my articles lined up. I had files and shit set up, and then I had to just drop all that shit and just do the fucking regular StreamYard. Because for whatever reason, it wasn't catching my desktop audio, but it was catching my microphone.
Yeah. No, I see you had that problem. You had to switch it.
So
But
what?
you know, you adapted and still did what you had to do.
bro.
That shit crazy because it was just working when I was on True Zone channel, but then when I tried to do it on AP John, it wasn't working.
Yeah, I see when you tested on True Zone channel. Fact.
Can y'all tell me why she did this though? Maybe y'all smarter than me and can explain to me why she did. Why she
What you
do?
about to point out?
What's up with the highlights? Oh,
Yeah, I don't know.
show the
She
goddamn
trying to.
bro. Look, she got the.
What is the inferred genotyping?
Why, bro? Why? Why did she do this?
No reason. And then I'm pretty sure if we looked up this article, right?
I got it
Oh,
already.
damn, you skipped it.
Check.
But I'm pretty sure it doesn't just say American male. It says African
No,
American.
no. Perry is father from Perry is farther from Imbo than Imbo men are from each other. This is what she says the interpretation says, right?
And she says 11 when it's really 12. First of all,
Like she don't, man, I don't know, bro. I don't even see that in the article.
How about
That
that?
look on the screen, it ain't even in the article, bro.
And she said genetic divergence is too high for a recent common ancestor. We ain't saying that the common ancestor is recent.
No, no one is.
Like, who is saying this?
I don't know.
Inferred genotype, which they find to be continuous and based on adaptation.
Bro, like this type of shit. AABA statement on race and racism.
Yeah, what that got to do? Yeah, that shit don't got nothing to do with nothing. She was talking about how they apologize. What that got to do with A00?
Ain't got
What
nothing to
does that?
do with it.
Nothing. Nothing to do with A00.
Then she
Oh wait,
pulled
go to that one. Go this one. Go. No, no, no. The one with the it had the
that
like the
shit on
gold.
there. That
That one
one?
right there.
yo,
Yeah.
she lucky she ain't go first,
Yo,
bro.
this middle one shows you how Albert Perry is related to
Right here.
them
This
Embo
one.
people. The middle, yes.
This one right here.
Yes.
She showed it
Them
like
on
2
the
times. It's showing
yo,
Albert Perry, and then it's saying people, and then it's saying people on top of Albert Perry.
this shit is crazy.
Yeah, I was like, she ain't fucking. She wasn't paying attention. She wasn't paying attention. I appreciate
Like,
her.
how are you putting that up there?
Then she put the 2011 article up right here. This
Which
shit,
had nothing to do with it.
man, ain't helping her ass at all. I'm like, bro, what the fuck, bro? What the shit
That's
at?
what.
I'm trying to
That's when
find
it
it.
started. That's when I started getting aggravated because I'm like, bro, you in 2011, and then she went back to 2007. Then she went all the way back to 19. She was going back further and further. The
Bro,
more she got into
y'all
the
fucked up, bro.
Lucky, I know you seen I was saying that shit in the chat. Like, yo, what the fuck? That
yo,
shit was
that shit
pissing me
was.
off too. Like, this shit don't even got nothing to do with it.
I'm like, bro, she worse than V Note, bro.
Zone passed down from father.
Bro, she tried right here though. This is her best work right here. Trying to define the key terms.
Yeah.
Then she brought up this nigga, yo. I like, what the fuck this nigga got? This nigga ain't got nothing to do with the price of tea in China.
Them niggas didn't even know about DNA. Like, the fuck?
Bro, I can't believe she really pulled ChatGPT and then asked that motherfucker a crazy question. Like, bro,
Hey man,
bro,
I think
she's so trash, bro. What the fuck is this? Oh my god,
what
bro.
did
But
you
Lucky,
think she
look,
was first
look,
round?
you see what I'm talking about? This one you should have zoomed in on what you was reading.
Yeah. I see it. That shit is like baby words.
Yeah, but it's all right. We got the article though. It's in the chat. It's in the description.
That shit was crazy.
But on my OBS, I had that shit blew up. Pause.
Yeah, it's about to be crazy.
And where'd she get that picture from? That ain't Albert Perry.
Nah, they got that on Google.
Nah, I know.
Yeah, so you know what I mean?
I know.
She's definitely gonna Google her,
Like
schmoogle her.
Lucky, even when you were showing what his family was saying, you know what I'm saying, and how they participated in the research and all that shit. It's like, come on, man. What more do you want?
She kept trying to figure out why um they wasn't having no matches in the database. I'm telling you, that's because that's family tree DNA. They ain't testing everybody's DNA against it. And then when they did look at the DNA, they seen the closest match was over there in West Cameroon, but they already have tied that nigga to some people genetically over there. He was already 40% autosomally Cameroonian.
Yeah.
So they was gonna go over and look over there anyway. And I showed all that in the debate, but she just jumped over that and was like, nah, because you know what I'm saying, DNA ain't real, but it's real for the conversation that she's saying. Like,
Look, there you go again. She's just killing herself, bro. This is the craziest display of arguing ever. Because when people really see what these words are saying, they be like, "Bitch, you stupid."
I did basically the same thing you did, Sean. It's like I had my pencil out trying to like take notes. And halfway through the first round, I'm like, bro, there's no way I'm finna write down these random ass topics to debunk her on. Like, this shit is stupid. I'm
It's
finna
Yeah.
point out common things.
Yeah.
And you only got 3 minutes for the rebuttal, so you just really got to pick one and just go in on that shit.
Yo, she had like 5 different random sources that had nothing to do with the conversation.
She was gonna do that though, bro. That was gonna be that was happening regardless of the fact. That's why that's why I was like, I think you did right when you was trying to stick to your point because it made no sense to argue anything else that she had to talk about. But when she did this shit, bro, I can't get the definitions. I can't find that. When she did this right here, I was like, you reaching. You don't even know what the fuck you talking about. We talking about origins. And look what you put on the screen. And then you don't even know why you got a problem with this shit. She just kept on doing it. He go one of them dumbass. Look, 1994. 1994, bro. This shit talking about Eskimos and shit. Native Americans. Bro, this
This is terrible work.
she do not want niggas coming through this shit. I'm telling you that now. She definitely don't want no niggas coming through this shit. Shit, Bab gonna have to hide the fuck out of this shit.
Oh nah, that's over with. I'm already doing. It's over with. We talk about this months. Nah, he ain't going.
He can't save me.
Nah, yeah, nah. And I'm finna get on his ass next week too. He gonna try to duck out of this and watch. I'm gonna pull up on him tomorrow.
Look,
He got it maxed out tonight.
2006. An utter refutation of the fundamental theorem of the hap map. Bro. Lady, 2002. Look, man, she had us all over, man. She had us all over the early 90s and all kind of weird shit, bro.
Not the damn early. That's what she really was on though, man. She barely put us in the 2000. That's what I said. It was 20 years in the past, 30
Yeah,
years in.
this part was weird when this is when she was trying to, like, you know what I'm saying, question the science on the DNA on the Human Genome Project, right? It's like you're in a debate saying the DNA is real, so why are you trying to question the science? You know what I'm saying? Like that shit didn't make no sense.
But I
Right
knew
here,
she would
like
do that though.
it's like now you defeating yourself. So now if it's faulty, how are you gonna prove it's from America using the DNA?
That's something I
I
could
didn't get that shit at
have.
all.
That's something I probably could have leaned into too. Now that I'm thinking about how you saying it, 'cause I just went it because
Yeah.
I'm like, this shit is obvious, but I need to
Just tell
point
me
out the
how you
obvious.
gonna remember that, Lucky. How you gonna remember that bullshit? How you
And
gonna remember the
she was
thing?
speaking so fast anyway, like.
She said so much. Bro, listen, do you not realize she had 18 minutes? And in 18 minutes, It only take you 30 seconds. It take you 15 to 20 seconds to make a new claim every time you say something out your mouth. There's no way in 18 minutes that you're going to remember to catch up on something. She said this shit was done wrong and it's been debunked or whatever the fuck she said about the genome. She came back to the help map shit in a whole nother article she highlighted. Yo, bro, it was bad from the beginning. And that's the crazy part. Like none of this had anything to do with it. We talking about Albert Perry origins. She pulled this up. Genetic study led by University of Pennsylvania and Cornell clarifies African and African American ancestry. So when you hold on, let me go back. Is the Outer Africa theory out? 2007. Yo, Shorty, what she was. Look at this. She pulled up this article, and this was from like 2000 something. Is Are medical and non-medical uses of large-scale genomic markers conflating genetics and race? What the fuck they got to do with Perry? Here we go. Find this one right here. This is a good one. People who identify as African American may be as little as 1% West African or as much as 99%. She pulled up the article on DNA where it said it was 99% accurate and glossed right over that bitch. Y'all didn't see that? She made sure she ain't come with that shit, boy. Hold on. Is this still her shit? Yep.
Yeah. This when I started paying attention again. I had to go grab some. I think I had spilled some in the middle of her round right here.
Can you tell me why she's showing this shit? Origins of Henry Welcomes and Wealth and Legacy. What the fuck this got to do with the origins of Albert Perry?
She was showing doubt. That's when I'm like, I'm looked up. I had did something and I had knocked some shit over. And I'm like, man, fuck it. I'm finna just walk away. Because I had, like you said, I'm only taking a couple things I'm gonna try to attack. I only got 3 minutes. But I'm trying like to listen to certain things just to try to maybe like, off the hip do some little, you know what I'm saying, some freelance, you know what I mean? But I couldn't keep all that shit in the front. I'm like, bro, this shit don't make no sense. Like, I can't categorize this shit in no way or form. Why are you using this? Like, I don't know what's going from here to here. Like, I'm looking at all the different sources and I'm like, this shit is ridiculous. You first of all, you too far in the past. And second of all, you talking about everything besides Albert Perry, A00, or the modern mutations on the DNA. You ain't talking about nothing. You talking about the origins of what is this? Welcome and like she ain't talking about Albert Perry, none. So I'm just
trying
like,
to figure out what he got to do with this, because this don't even help nothing. She talking about these people financed to help amass collections of human remains, artifacts. They're funding all of this. Man, that ain't got a goddamn thing to do with the evidence, bro. Somebody always funding something. Look, evaluating 130 micro haplogroups across a global set of 83 populations. She was never on topic. It looked that way to the naked eye. Then she turned around and said, we need to see the SNPs. Then this her shit too, ain't it? Yep, this her shit. Y chromosome A00 lineage is facts. A00. And then it's got Albert Perry. And then it's got A00B through A4987 Schumlacher child, blah, 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 blah.
ChatGPT
Like
made that.
where
She screen grabbed.
where did she get that from?
No, I'm
What's the
telling you,
source of this?
ChatGPT made that. She screen grabbed.
Yeah.
But either way, like you said, where's the source? Because everything that I had was sourced. When I was running through my little PowerPoint presentation and I was clicking on shit that was highlighted, we was going right into where it was quoting it from. So like, she didn't have that.
Nah, she didn't.
Yo, but look, this is what I don't get it. She's trying to say that it says, wait, go back to that real quick, Sean. Because this shit don't even make sense. Because the top of that, you see it's branching off, right? So you got A00, and then on one side you got Albert Perry, on the other side you got Sri Lanka.
I can't find that motherfucker baby right now.
Which would mean that it's stemming off the same branch. It's coming from the same common ancestor, right?
Yeah.
But then she's saying down here it's like Albert Perry's A00's lineage in Sri Lanka. Damn, you playing it?
Yeah, it was playing.
Sean, you fucking up, Sean.
There you go.
Sri Lanka, whatever lineage do not share the same downstream mutations and are not the same branch of A00. Only the deep A00 ancestry is shared. So that's a contradiction right there. It's saying it's not the same downstream mutation and are not the same branch of A00. Only the deep A00 ancestry is shared. But you just said that it's not the same branch, so how is the ancestry shared?
That's
Am
the
I
way she
bugging?
nah, the way she put it in is what she got.
Hell no, man.
The way I'm
She
telling you, the way she put it in is the way you fucking got it. Period. Ain't no way around it.
Look,
yeah,
even
this
though up there it says shares only ancient A00 root SNPs. Like what? This shit don't make no fucking sense. And then she put Cameroon Sri Lanka site 6,000 years. Why are you changing the age?
she's lying, right? You show it, it shoot locker remains. First of all, 6,000 years is crazy. First of all, and
Why
then
are you
second of
changing
all,
the
that's not even the lineage. It's not A00B. Like what the fuck is you doing? Like nah,
like, yeah, this shit is just crazy.
A00B is
Triple OB. She got a triple OB down there in factual statements.
Yeah. And where'd the other O come from?
hey yo, stop. No, I'm done. Hey yeah,
You can't explain this shit, huh? Look.
man, listen, bro. This bad work. That's how we explain it. Hey, what the fuck? Not only she's wrong on every front. This is just a bad graphic. This is just
This is a terrible graphic.
hey, whoever produced this need to be fired.
Yo, this shit is crazy. That shit is
Oh my
crazy.
god. No, bro. She put 6,000 years, like you said, Nat. Then she assigned the wrong haplotype to this Sri Lanka remains. Sri Lanka is A00, what Satchel would call the star.
Yeah.
Like the fuck is he talking about? So it's like, nah, gang, you off. You off by a long shot. Like that's lying. That ain't even you can't get that many things wrong in the context of this conversation for a debate. That don't work. I'm not going for it. Damn, that's crazy. We're gonna have a good time tomorrow. It's crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, man, you owned in on it. I mean, you wasn't all over the place. She clearly was. She out talked herself, and it was on display. It's basically, as you can see in her presentation, she tried to provide a methodology, but even that was still flawed because it was things that she was still making claims during the debate. And when you're in a debate setting, you can't be making claims because you got to be dealing with it. So if you saying X, Y, and Z, you got to go and prove X, Y, and Z. So I don't think that she answered. Not only did she not answer the research question, I don't think that she even knew how to answer the research question because she was so biased. Like she wanted to attack science so bad and try to separate it and cast doubt and be a skeptic so bad that it interfered in her presentation. You can see it. You ain't even gotta wait. You can literally you can see it. I mean, how was you when you start talking about some shit? You start bringing up Africa, and how was you even bringing this shit up? This nigga over here trying to sell some bootleg ass BAP hats. What the fuck is that shit? I'm like, bro, is this nigga over here advertising cups and t-shirt? Nigga, this nigga don't get the
Hey,
fuck
yo,
out.
that nigga got baby clothes, Sean.
This nigga crazy, bro.
That
You
nigga got
know,
baby clothes. That should just say Beth on it.
yeah, like what the fuck? That some smart
Hey,
motherfucker
like,
gonna ask some stupid
hey,
motherfucker what the hell that
that bitch
mean?
say Beth. That bitch say Beth like Gap.
Right? Like, bro, what the fuck is, bro? You tripping?
Hey, I'm done.
This nigga tripping, bro. Like all the way. Re-examining the out of Africa theory and the origin of Europe. Come on, man. In the light of DNA genealogy, what the fuck this got to do with it? A more plausible interpretation might have been above the current. None of this had nothing to do with Albert Perry. Like, even if you okay, so let me just be honest with everybody real quick. In order to attack the origins of Albert Perry, you have to remove your bias. So you got to say Albert Perry always been in America. Y'all didn't understand what I did the other day. I literally did that show on purpose. I did a whole show, and I'm gonna see if I can help everybody on the oldest genomes found in America. In
Yeah.
in the show, literally 2 days in the show, I also talked about all the sites and places where these bodies were found and DNA was extracted from these bodies and where it all traced back to. If Perry had already been in America and A00 is the oldest in America, Perry would have showed up. But more importantly, they would have found relatives that they dug up out of the ground by accident or forcibly to be able to support that. These white people don't care, bro. They don't care nothing about none of that. If the old why they want to say life started in Africa so bad? They ain't even from Africa.
Facts.
What's the agenda? What's the hidden agenda behind them? Conceding that life started in Africa.
Wow. What do they get out of that?
In a time that they're spreading racism, white supremacy, and that they're supposed to be the dominant people.
And the Asians, they had pushback on that. The Chinese, and they had to come to the conclusion that hey, we also come from Africa. But they didn't want
Right.
to believe that shit. They did a whole study on that shit.
Yeah, they said, fuck that. We ain't fucking Africans. We see how y'all treating them.
And I thought that's how they were going, though. I thought she was going to go into Africa from that Eurasia aspect, because they was talking like that on her live stream with Cosmon and all them. So I'm
Oh,
like, okay, if they go there, I'm gonna slap that out the park. But she ain't never go there.
I'm glad she didn't, because that don't got nothing to do with the debate either. Because A00 has nothing to do with the
Right.
migration of the world. Like, because that'll just been another waste of time.
Sean, that's why I asked you if they had found any haplo groups for Neanderthals the other day. Because I'm like,
Oh,
if they try that shit, I'm trying to figure out if they ain't got no haplo groups that done survive, and I had already not seen none. So I'm like, if they ain't got none that don't survive, then they ain't worried about that argument at all.
yo, look at her. Look at her black ass. Look at her dick eating ass. Right here. I know you eat a good dick, bitch. Look, right here.
I know she a liar.
95, bro.
That's crazy.
How she playing Indian, bro? Look at her. Look at her.
She's about 80-something% African. We seen the DNA test.
Now she copper colored.
She put this on the screen and said, "Ghost lineages highly influence the interpretations of introgression tests." And this test said that I was like, bro, what the fuck is you saying? Come on. You got to be more smarter than this. She looked like she been on that blow. For real. She's Sister Betty's sister. For real. Look, ain't no way.
They got a certain look that all these.
Oh,
I can
see,
see.
she went too fast on this one. This was done by Fatima Jackson.
Yeah, why you
Ain't
think
no way. Ain't no way she's supporting anything she said.
First is to increase the numbers of African descended genomes in the database, and the second is by widening the breadth information of that can be learned about a population by studying individuals who lived hundreds of years ago. I understand. When I seen this, I said, read the title. Core issues, case studies, and the need for expanded legacy African American genomics.
Genomics, yeah.
Why are you showing us this lady? Like, I mean, the saying is the saying, bro. They always died their source, bro. It ain't never lied. Yo, when Lucky walked back and went just like this, it says, "Here go Albert Perry down here."
Mm-hmm.
Albert Perry down here. Albert Perry is a descendant of these people right
It's
here.
that simple. It's that simple.
You see Albert Perry, okay, cool. Now, do you see these other people? Okay, cool. This is where we at. Just killed, and that's what I mean. Like some people never seen the Philo. They ain't never really seen it like that. They just read a little article or something like that, but they never really got it. But when you start walking back and showing them how that shit go, you know what I'm saying? Then you killed the. That's what I mean by the wiki. Here go right here, another home run. When you scroll down here, start talking about it. Like genetic sequence genome, wide DNA data from 4 people buried at the site of Shumlaka in Cameroon between 8 to 3,000 years ago, who were the most genetically similar to Mbutu pygmies. One individual carried A00. Data for this individual, the Shumlaka, is now found in the Alien Ancient Genome Diversity Project. Yada 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 yada. Like you was killing them. I was like, she did at the wiki because you didn't went into it. But you made it clear though what the debate was about, bro. Is it? You did the right shit. You just stayed on topic. You weren't confusing nobody. None of that. Man, Ogun, where you go, bro? She did try to sound smart though. Mika was like, she is super confident. I said, loud and wrong.
I know she a professional liar, boy. I hate to be her man.
But
I'm
that's
telling
but
you now.
to me, though, her shit is an easy tell though. Like she not even a good liar though. She one of them bold liars. Like she's just gonna lie to you and look straight in your eyes and lie. Like, but a nigga know you
Motherfucker ain't
know.
shit.
He said, look you
But
in your
yo,
eyes.
I gotta get up out of here though.
Yeah,
How long you gonna be live for?
I ain't gonna be live too much longer, bro. We just kicking the shit.
Yeah.
We gotta leave the work for Lucky. You know what I'm saying? This is week. Let him
Yeah.
just run his shit up, bro. You know what I'm saying?
All right, well, I'm out of here. You're lucky. Good debate, man. I'm gonna see you in the morning when you going over this shit. Sean P, be safe. Lucky, be safe. Peace to the chat. I'll catch y'all next time, man.
All right, next, stay swift, my boy.
You already know.
Yeah, you gotta just focus on her shit, bro. Her rounds, and you know what I mean. Then it is what it is at that point. Lace up like that, shit. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, I'm ready to go up, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm a sneak and listen to a couple of minutes of they little rebuttal, so I can have some fuel. You know what I mean? Some joke. I gotta throw some shade. I already know it's people coming out the woodworks. When I went to go see what they was doing, it was already 12 people on the panel as
Yeah.
soon as he dropped the link. and it was people up there who had never even seen this debate. They up there, the first thing they say, "Oh, yeah, I ain't see the debate, but fuck, look." He like, all right, hold up, we're gonna hold on you. We're gonna talk to somebody else. Like everybody up there hadn't even seen the debate. I'm like, bro, this is crazy. Tyron was up there, he ain't see the debate. Holiday ain't watched the debate. Fucking, it was another nigga up there ain't watched the debate. I said, what y'all on the panel for?
You know why they
Just
up
went
there,
up, oh,
man.
man, yeah, I missed the debate, man, but I just want to come up here and say, like, no, bro. You did, what are you up here talking for? But yeah, I'm gonna get on all that tomorrow. I ain't even worried. It's just gonna be content. I need about 575 watch hours.
Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, just break down our first round. This is the day by day. I'm telling you, because our first round gonna cost you 2.5 hours, 3 hours. And I ain't saying it on no funny shit, bro. It's just gonna be like that. Like, watch, because when you slow her all the way down, because that's what you gotta do. When you slow her all the way down, man, you gonna be pissed off. You gonna be pissed off, bro. You knew the game already, but you really gonna be pissed off when you slow her ass down, cause ain't no motherfucking way, bro. That helper brought up the Webster Dictionary.
Oh my god, man! When I seen Swarth on the screen, I'm like, come on, fam, what I'm gonna do with this?
Yeah, Swarthy popped up on that ass. I ain't know where she was going, cause what the hell Swarthy got to do with fucking Albert Perry? They ain't have a
Nah,
goddamn thing to do with it.
man, she just throwing things on there that's gonna tie the emotional strings to the Aboriginals. Like, oh yeah, she on what we on.
Yeah,
I can fuck
buzzwords.
with that. Yeah, but but sure it's fact. Yeah, that's all she was doing, man. She was just up there trying to get her little stuff off, man. I'm on it.
Yeah, that helper wasn't playing. She was buzzwording the hell out of motherfuckers. I'm gonna get him with this one, Swart.
She was
Black.
touching all them corners. Oh yeah, out of Africa, debunked. So, like, what does this have to do with the? She didn't even touch on why out of Africa being debunked would be important for the A00 conversation. She didn't even get into the little oppositional archaic shit. She didn't get into none of that. So why even bring it up?
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild work.
Because she knew she got to concede all archaic hominids come up out of Africa. That's why she didn't want to go there. But then gonna pull up the little the site with the feet. Like, come on, dude.
That don't even help her at all.
That ain't got no DNA tied to it. Like, and that's Wade on the other side. Albert Perry ain't over there.
Yeah, New Mexico ain't nowhere near South Carolina, man. You all about that, man. Hundreds of miles apart, man.
No, 1,000. You right. You about at least by every bit of 1,600 miles. At least
Man,
1,100. Got to be 1,100.
she 2 days away driving. Shit, stupid.
Let alone walking a horse ride. It's over with.
All right, like what the
It's a 21-day journey, man. Get out of here.
trip?
These niggas doing Oregon Trail. Talking about that's they man.
This nigga said Oregon trip. Yeah, that's an old one right there. Look,
Man, that's about as old as her sources. Man, I'm finna go up on her tomorrow. This was bad work. I can't believe when you said 95, man, I almost lost my mind,
yeah,
man.
she did, bro. That's why I said, hold on, I'm gonna find that one that said 1995 on that motherfucker. I told you she was not playing.
Oh my god, man. Yeah, this is gonna be easy. This is gonna be an easy walk. This is gonna be a layup. I'm gonna
Yeah,
feel like Giannis.
yep. And then you can expound on what you need to expound on without any interruption, so you can teach a clear point. You know what I'm saying? And then what you didn't get off during the debate, you could get off during your, you know what I mean, this week. And then you deal with some people who might have some questions, which you already know who that's gonna be, the same motherfucking 3 or 4 people that can't comprehend some simple shit.
Man, nah, I ain't arguing with Vernell no more. Fuck
That
that.
nigga gonna be number one. He gonna be number one on the question and answer list. Hey, so Lucky, why the peoples ain't saying that they from Africa then? Why what's about that? Niggas should debate, nigga.
He probably need, man, knowing that nigga, he's still gonna find a way to start talking about the Seminoles.
It's gonna come back to this shit. Albert Perry was a Seminole, black Seminole. Y'all
No,
niggas
it
don't.
was somebody in the chat saying, yeah, y'all didn't even know Albert Perry from Florida. Man, shut up. Albert Perry is from Western Cameroon. 40% of his DNA go back to us, a specific tribe. All right, get your ass out of here. They tied that nigga specifically to some people. He got like autosomal cousins out there. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? But yeah, I'm gonna go in and show that though, cause she mentioned AutoZone, but I was like I said, I was just brushing over it. But I'm gonna go and show it. I'm gonna show like, listen, this he got cousins. They tied him AutoZone to some living people out there, and she ain't gonna have nothing to say. Cause I was really just mainly trying to focus on catch her lying. I knew she was gonna lie. Like Nax said, there's certain things you know she gonna do. I knew she was gonna lie. So I just had to be there for the lie. But she was lying so long for so much. I'm just like, let me catch the obvious lie.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta stay down on the obvious lie though. And you had her. I mean, you had her dead to right. You know what I'm saying? You had her dead to right. Cause you focused on the key point. Shit, that was it. That's really all that mattered at the end of the day. Cause it wasn't nothing else she could do, bro. She was caught. Yeah, she was definitely caught.
But I'm about to get up out of here too, though, Sean. Let's get.
Yeah, ain't no thing, man. I'll catch you later, bro.
I appreciate you holding it down and showing the video and everything like that.
Shit, ain't no thing. You know, I was gonna do my thing. It kind of fucked up on me, but you know what I mean, we got it back. We was cool since.
No, I appreciate that though, but man, I'm gonna tap in with you. I appreciate all the links too. The links was coming in hella clutch, hella clutch.
Yeah, ain't no thing. I got you. All right, I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, man.
Peace. Hey, y'all, you know what I'm saying? We appreciate everybody tapped in to the stream. Anybody got anything else they want to add to the show, man, before we get up out of here? Yeah, Lucky gonna be live on Swift channel. You know what I mean? Lucky gonna be on the Swift channel tomorrow. Definitely gonna be handling business on the Swift. I'm still alive. Hold on, my bad. I was trying to see if y'all had something that y'all trying to, you know what I mean, get to. And nobody else got nothing, man. Okay, all right. Well, shoot, I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. Get a check. Of course, that's why I don't go over there. Everybody gotta rewatch it because she said some slick shit. You ain't gonna be able to catch that shit when she's saying it. You just not gonna catch it when she's saying it. Straight up. Telling you like it is. It'll never happen. But yeah, that's it, man. We appreciate everybody tapping in. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all evening. I'm gonna get on up out of here.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They won't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.